There we go. There we go.
Now we got you.
Now we got you.
All right, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know shit. I'm just gonna let him take the wheel on this one.
So well, all we're talking about is like what to push for like first and how to like truly get to our goals. I guess that's like the main thing that we're talking about. Because like the nice thing about our ideas is we have a lot of like really good ideas, but we don't have a lot of like down to earth like ways, and we don't have like a set plan in order to get to them. Currently, we have like a few really good people in power, and like they push for our ideas. But at the moment, we don't have any electoral power or any international power to actually advocate for what we want. So, what I'm like working out with this document is what is the easiest path to get as closest to our goals, essentially.
He's a market socialist.
That's the what's the easiest path like?
Well, yeah.
That's the easiest. That's the easiest path for like our goals, because we're not the strategy that we have been working with. Well, there's been some hiccups in between them, but like if we had to go back to like 19th century and just bore everybody with fucking theory, you'd say like you would take the Vosh read like Marx for like a day and thought he could like do a 2 hour like explanation on like working within the bourgeois, but like you're like okay, there's reasons why the socialists of the 19th century started failing when fascism started cropping its head, the early cropping of its head in the 1880s, and then like full force in like 1919 World War One, like blah blah blah, moving in like et cetera, et cetera. So like fast forward to today where I was like, God, I hope he's not going to give me like the Jimmy Dore shit. Like I was like, please don't say force the vote. Like
No.
And when you said like well, we have some good people in, I was like, okay, I don't think he's going to give me the Jimmy Dore shit. Like I'm not talking to Kyle Kalinske. Yeah, no, he's absolute trash. He is a plant. I don't. God,
Thank you,
Jason. I don't always talk about fascism, but I kind of do. I'm sorry, but like the whole idea of like when people are like, "Oh, fascism is from here, fascism is from here," it's because they're literally only seeing some. Often they're incorrectly identifying, but like when there's actually like a fascist who plants themselves on the left, they're not leftists. They are just agreeing with the things in the area of the people on that spectrum while trying to get them to shift to the right with emotions. And they're like, yeah, we should AOC just like, be a fuckhead and just yell like Medicare for all. Like that'll get it done. And then you're like, that's intentionally torpedoing it, right? Because that's the worst thing she could do.
Yep.
And when Jimmy Dore and his fucking idiot fans, oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's exactly what I'm against with like this document, because I think I think having a well thought out plan, because at the moment the nice thing about the left is like I was saying, we have like a few really good ideas, and like we can really push for them, but how we get there is an incredibly complicated thing. The way that like it's taught in American, like let's say like you were talking about Marx earlier. The nice thing and like a short-sighted thing from Marx, and like one of the big things that he couldn't predict was the rise of fascism. Back then, it was easy for him to say, "Hey, let's just have a massive revolution, abolish the bourgeoisie, and like institute all of these ideas." Right now, if we had a revolution today, we'd go fascist pretty much immediately. We don't have like the backup to do any of this, like any kind of leftist power. And two, if we did have like managed to have a completely successful revolution, we wouldn't get anywhere with that. We would put ourselves back in a society that we either have not tested yet, or we would be putting ourselves into a lesser version of capitalism, where then we would push for incrementalism. So, I strongly advocate for like just common sense and like trying to push towards these ideas. So when you talk about people like Jimmy Dore, I think that's like brain dead. I actually think like advocating for Medicare for all, and like especially in the way Jimmy Dore does, but the way that the left does it right now is actually like as good of an idea as it is. I think it's actually like a weaker push, because I don't think it's a goal that we can actually see get done anytime soon.
Before I interject, we have apparently a legend in chat right now. Mike Lightyear putting out 30,000 videos for Jason a day. It's amazing. And,
Yeah,
good on you.
Oh yeah, on that. What my fucking Discord notifications got fucking rocked last night.
Right? Yeah, I was like, Jesus Christ. I thought I was missing because I've turned off notifications on so many things. So when I see like 12 notifications in like a short amount of time, I'm like, oh fuck, is someone in trouble? Is Captain A. Jones dead? Like what happened? Like, oh God. Oh no, it's just this guy, Mike Lightyear, is just turbo overdrive. It's great.
Awesome. There was a lot of contents to go through.
I was like, I mean, good on you, Jace. You and Mike. I just hope he makes you look good, because I mean, I'm never gonna watch any of your videos. I'm just gonna look at the thumbnails. You know, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I just I bashed my head for however long that was today, watching that stupid fucking Demon Mama Hans, and then the Hans follow up with Joe Louis and Vosh and Prime. I was just like, I could probably find a brick outside and just get the job done faster than just watching that stupid fucking like back and forth. No, I think it was like yesterday, but it was just, I'm just catching up on shit. I have kids. I'm yeah. No, the problem with when you said like if the revolution were to happen today, it would be fascism, and like in the last 5 years of like, or 5.5 years when he announced or whatever, of Trump, I would agree with you. But at the same time, I feel like the amount of explanation to the general public for how we could actually get a revolution would not be that hard if we made everybody a little bit smarter, basically Bernie was the clear front runner in 2020, right? Mm-hmm. In a field of 20, like the most people at that stage in a Democratic primary. And the whole point of that is for the centrist establishment to put up as many obstacles for him. And then once they figured out their 4 or 5 people that they were going to do, I remember somebody tweeted out, I don't know if it was Sean, what's his name? Sean King. I'm not really a Twitter person. I think it was Sean King, right? Who like follows Bernie. He said something about like, that's not how democracy works, because someone was like, if like everyone thinks Bernie's going to win, but if you add up all the other candidates' numbers, they beat out Bernie like 60-40. And he was like, that's not how democracy works. And that's exactly what they did at the perfect time to do that. When they did it on a Super Tuesday, Obama got everybody to drop out. Thanks, Obama. Obama and Jim Clyburn and Hillary Clinton and all these people, just like, that Super Tuesday was mostly states that were going to go red in the actual general election, right? Mm-hmm. But they used mostly red states that are going to go red as now we're going to add everybody's numbers. Sorry, Sean King, you were wrong. That is how this democracy apparently works. This republic works. Yeah. So they actually did add up all together. They went behind Joe Biden, who was in 4th or 5th place at the time, and he got all of the states that went red in the general election to take down Bernie in the primary. Like, which is why we need to not have this stupid, drawn out optics, because we're so stupid that the number one thing, take a guess. What's the number one reason why most people vote? Like how they vote.
Hello.
Number one.
Taxes.
Yeah, that's my guess.
What'd you say?
Taxes.
No. When you go to the ballot, like the number one thing is name recognition.
Okay, yeah. For candidates. It's literally
name recognition.
Oh, okay.
For the sorry, I didn't explain it very well. Name recognition is the number one thing, because, I mean, I do it. When we moved to this town that we're in now, I knew the main 2 people that I was voting for, but I didn't live here long enough. I didn't know who these fucking people were. I was like, did I see? So I literally just didn't vote for some people. This is like 4 years ago. I was just like, leave it blank, because I'm like, I don't know who these jackasses are, but if it's literally just one leftist, one right person, I'm voting for the leftist. But if there were like 8 people and there were like 6 Dems and 2 Republicans in this like category, I was like, I'm going to leave it blank because I don't know who anybody is. But if I saw a name, I'd be like, oh, should I vote for that person? Because I do know that name. Like, it affects you. And most people still today literally go by that, even with the internet and all of this other shit. So if we could literally find a better way to explain to people, hey, do you know all those things that you are hoping for, like, you know, Medicare for all the policies, all the things that we are, you know, we all know what we're talking about. Like all of those policies, hey, if we vote for those people who push for those things, we can actually get those things. That's how easy it is. If we keep voting for the people who are like, you know, I'm in California, like Gavin Newsom sucks ass. I voted for him for the recall.
Yep.
But like that's your job. You're like, okay, just shut up, suck it up. That's my only option. That's better than fucking Larry Elder, and you just suck it up.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't know that. They go, I have been voting like blue for 25 years, but you know what? I didn't like that French Laundry shit. So you know what? I'm gonna vote for the recall. And they don't know how the process in California works, which is dumb as fuck. It's not like they get to go against Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom would have been out, and Larry would have won.
Mhm.
And if I'll try to shut up after this, if any of our old fucks on the left died in the Senate between now and like the end of 2023, when the actual governor election would happen again, Larry Elder, as new governor, would appoint that Senate seat, giving the Senate back to Mitch McConnell.
Yep.
In the bluest state in our nation, the most populous state in our nation, or one of the most blue. Vermont is 70% went for Bernie.
DC is the bluest, but they don't have anything.
Which place?
DC is the bluest, but they don't have a state.
Oh, DC. Yeah. Oh, it's like that should have been like Biden should have done DC and PR statehood like week 2.
Yep.
Like just do the things to eliminate these Republicans like biting and clawing for power with fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz like dipshit fascism. It's like we were talking earlier in our stream like of like ideas for some stuff, and one of them was like, you know, the Marvel what ifs.
Mhm.
like talking about like what ifs if like if fascist Germany had Twitter.
Oh,
like
fuck.
Because so like today,
Oh, shit.
like today, like growing up as a kid, I was like, how did the people of Germany let this shit happen? And then you find out all the weird little steps about it. But then you have like people today who are still saying shit like, I don't like Trump's tweets. He mean tweets. But everything else he does, I like. I feel like Germany would be like those fucking people would just be like, I'm not for the camps, but everything else seems pretty great to me. I'm not for them, but I'm not against them. But you know, whatever.
The Weimar Republic was actually one of like the most left areas that was ever existed, especially at that time. It just was a matter of like getting through the undemocratic process that we actually got Hitler.
Yeah.
Well, it was. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, he was elected, but he wasn't. Yeah, you can go, Jason.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. He was elected, and I think Gables would have had a field day with Twitter. I think he would have loved it. He would have relished in it. I mean, like Jesus, it would have been horrible. I think we would still
Stephen Miller would be crying in the corner. Like if Goebbels was here today, Stephen Miller would be like, "Oh, can I get your autograph? God, you're so good at this." Also,
Yeah.
I would love if he was alive and he came out with the Stephen Miller like spray painted like pointed hair. Remember that?
That was so bad. That was so bad.
He just comes out and he's like one of the ways that our journalists aren't doing their job. Anytime anyone gives Stephen Miller any pushback, he sounds like he's going to break down and cry. And I feel like someone with like a psychology major in journalism could figure out the questions to ask him to get him to break down and just be like, "No, you're a big poopy head," and just like run off and just like end his like strongman bullshit propaganda nonsense.
Oh, you just got a raid.
Hey,
like
Boy Meets Mini, thanks for the raid for the party of 7. I appreciate it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was like, wait, what happened? Like I just moved all my screens around, so I literally was like, oh, I've been ignoring my chat, and I'm like, that's not my chat. There's my chat. There it is. My beautiful people. Not talking. They're just looking and watching and wondering, why am I watching this?
what you were talking about, like with revolution a little bit earlier, I go back and like because this is my position on like the revolution because I think that it could be a feasible solution when we get down to it. Like the way that I think if revolution were to happen, I think we'll run into the consequences of capitalism. Stuff like uh climate change, which capitalism has like absolutely failed to fix. I think when we like truly see the consequences of uh climate change, that might be a time where people are like, okay, we're done with this stuff. We need to start, like, we need to band together and like tear down the society. That's like one solution. But through my advocacy, my main goal, and I do think that would happen if we get to that point, I want to try and avoid that as much as possible. That I want to try
I
and
mean, getting to the point of saying that we're going to just tear down society and start over, like that's when like,
Mhm.
you know, the 99% are like grabbing shotguns and just like jumping the fences and trying to
Yep.
hold the forts of the mansions while everyone else is doing the exact same thing. Like we're not going to get to that. And there's no clear path other than like I think the closest to that was January 6th. Imagine if they were actually successful with that. Like if Donald Trump had the backing of some like military leader, if he had the backing, and did you see those memos that came out with like the whole like his lawyer had like drafted the 6 steps for Mike Pence to
Yo, can
actually
you hear me, comrade?
like it's not in the Constitution, but why would that stop them? They would have the courts to back them with like a, you know, you'd have Clarence Thomas being like, it's fine, it's okay, and like they would have gone along with it. Can you imagine your day to day if like your guy won the presidential election fairly and then the other guy just like said no, and you're like all of the Trumpers on like your day to day. Like what a weird world this would be. Like going to the grocery store, and if I had my Bernie Sanders shirt on, I'd like I don't know, just be like, oh, do you guys want to curb stomp this guy? I think we can get away with it. Like it would have been like a completely different country if they had
Thanks for
gotten
the
away
follow,
with that.
Boy Meets, or
Like,
the
on your small
subscription, Boy
day-to-day,
Meets Mini.
like-
That's awesome.
I don't think like even if they had military backing, I'm not sure if they could have like because the January 6th, what was actually happening there was like purely ceremonial. Mike Pence couldn't have done anything to like stop that.
No. I understand that he couldn't have, in our world, he couldn't have done anything, but they wouldn't have given a shit. And
Yeah.
if you didn't have and Clarence Thomas doesn't give a shit. Like he literally says he doesn't care. And what's her name, Amy Coney Barrett, they don't care about precedents.
Yeah.
So he could have come up with an excuse if it went to the court with a 6-3. They could have come up with like a bullshit answer for like, if it came to them, they'd be like, yeah, let's keep the guy who got us in there, or would keep backing us, rather than like, I don't know, guys, it was a good effort, but we're not going to we're going to stick with Joe Biden. Like it was very close. It was closer than a lot of people think to actually like, if Mike Pence just went along with it. Donald Trump has a history going back to his New York property shit, where he literally would just be like strong arming you into just like relenting, and he would just be like, I'm not paying you for any of this, you're just going to give it to me, and they would eventually just be like, oh, okay. Like he was hoping for that with his narcissistic personality disorder, and now he's like literally everything he's oh shit, okay, I gotta feed a baby a bottle.
All right.
I'll be back. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, I know when they come a calling, man. I remember those days. Oh yeah.
But I mean,
Catch can when I come back.
yeah, we could have seen. I'll just like speak my point. We could have seen something like terrible like that. I think like the worst case scenario of what we could have seen from like the January 6th is they could have gotten a shot off on like AOC or something.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been like what I don't think that they could have secured. I don't think Trump could have maneuvered his way into the presidency. Maybe if like obviously if we had like a right wing fascist military, he could have, but I don't think that was the reality that we were living in.
I don't think we were that far away from it. I think we did have some really good public servants that stepped up and said, you know, hey, we are not going to let this happen. I don't care. I don't care what side of the aisle I'm on. Like this is totally un-American. You know,
I mean, yeah, like we were talking about Mark Milley on the panel the other day. Some of the things Mark Milley did, even as much as like, no matter what you have to say about him, he was sometimes the only thing in between us and fascism. When he was one of the ones who stopped like sending troops into like the United States to stop BLM protesters. Like we talked about, he was one of the ones that stopped with the nukes. There's a lot of stuff that we didn't have. Like if the military wasn't actually not fully awful, we could have seen a much worse scenario. Like, if, for example, if our military worked the way that our police systems worked, we probably would have been in a fascist state right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's no question about it, because our police departments, you know, there's a lot of studies that have been done that show that there's a deep fascistic culture within the police departments. Not only that, but a deep white supremacist cultures within the police departments, you know. And when you have something like that, you're guaranteed, oh yeah, if that was, oh God, if that was our military, we'd be so hosed. And not that the military isn't bad either. I mean, the military has, you know, problems with racist gangs and shit too. Like, you know, they're not free from that. It just, I think there's more of a federal regulation over it, so it's harder for, you know, that to take place. Plus, you know, military can't fire on, it's not supposed to be able to fire on citizens, but
you should really quick thank Boy Meets Mini for the tier 1 sub.
Oh, I was trying to do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
And if you guys aren't following Boy Meets Mini, go ahead and give him a follow too. He rocks. He's a good comrade that likes to do some racing.
So yeah, like what we were talking about before, like what I was going to say is like Hitler did technically win an election, but he got the I forget what position it was called in Germany, but he got like essentially the vice presidential seat, as opposed to like the actual presidency. And then what happened is the person that did win died, and then Hitler just said, "Hey, I'll just take both positions."
And there it was.
Yeah. So even when like you'll see fascists come up, whether you have Trump or whether you'll see Hitler or any other kind, what you'll run into is you have some kind of supplanting of the democratic process.
Yeah. Just watching the love in the chat. Sorry, but you're right. That is happening right now. Well, I mean, we're witnessing it. Okay, like and I think that's why Red's so adamant about like talking a little bit about the fascism thing, is because we're dangling on a thread, really, with these anti-democratic voting laws. And I mean, we're like the Supreme Court, you know, and shit like that. Like we are there, even with control in the government, you know. I'm talking about the administrative and the legislative branches, you know, because of what's happening in the judicial branch. And then if you look down into the state politics, you know, it's bad, you know.
And like the problem that we run into, and like you can probably speak to this, liberals as they exist are not that motivated. The thing that's very strange about the Republican Party is no matter how dumb their ideas are, the people that fight for them are very motivated. They just have like a stronger a stronger backbone to fight for what they like really want, no matter how dumb their ideas are. Like look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. Who would you like? Let's say you had two people that were trying to galvanize a state. Would you want Nancy Pelosi or would you want Marjorie Taylor Greene to like truly get people up and energized for an idea?
Unfortunately, if it was purely based on salesmanship and not based on ideology, I would probably say that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a lot more likely to motivate people, and that's the scary part, you know.
Yep. So like that's the problem with our like current system, is that it's so undemocratic that it favors the minority. So if you can galvanize a certain like a 30% of the population, you have our government. That's what's currently happening.
Yeah, and I'm getting in chat from Boy Meets Mini. He says, if you want to see the early stages of fascism truly forming, look at India. Modi is way more competent than Trump, and was a key founding member of the RSS, India's Nazi-affiliated
And like,
political movement. Yeah, yeah, I could see that. Hyper nationalistic over there right now under Modi. That's what really concerned me about Tulsi Gabbard, as a matter of fact, because she was such a huge proponent, and I was like, that's not good. That's not good.
so like, and what Mike said earlier too is like, when we see the next Trump, it's not going to be some buffoon running around complaining about how big his rallies were. You know, it's
Yeah,
going to be a cold and calculating person who comes out. It's and is gonna be super like much more charismatic, but with the same ideas. As charismatic as Trump seemed to be, you could have had like a way more like imagine if Trump had been a politician for 30 years.
yeah.
Like
Oh yeah, and had the rhetoric down and all that stuff like
yeah.
accurate, or was able to really pull it without looking like a total asshole.
Mhm. So like that's why another one of the reasons why I said like the immediate thing that needs to happen above all is the correction to our democracy. We need to make it so if you have that just 30%, you can't get away with what we have in our current system. That's like the immediate thing that needs to happen.
Did you see this from Marjorie Taylor Greene? Can you see my screen?
No, I can't. You need to share it. Oh, you're bringing it on your stream. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene doing her thing.
God.
And you know what? She, Boy Meets Minnie says she actually gets it. Yes. That's right, Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's exactly what we're going for. Thank you very much. One small step at a time.
I wish we loved in the world that Republicans think we live in, where we're constantly on the edge of devolving into socialism. I wish we lived in that world.
Oh, me too. Me too. Every time they say that, I'm like, don't tease me. Don't tease me. Joe Biden's a socialist. Oh, really? What do you know that I don't? I'm still waiting for the return of the resources,
As much as I would love anarcho-Bidenism, I don't think we're going to see it anytime soon. So, the thing that I really want to do is I want to find a because as knowledgeable as I can do and as much research as I can do, I want to find someone who has like a study in how these like a study in electoral politics specifically, and like how these patterns play out historically, and how we can best push towards our actual like end goals, because there's things that we can do electorally. Like one of the things that like if we could actually do it, if a feasible plan were to get a progressive third, like let's say we could out of nowhere get the Green Party to actually be like a cool party, and not a whatever dog shit it is right now and how crazy it is. Let's say we could like push the Green Party to be a fully successful party like it is in the UK and stuff. I think that could be a really good strategy because if we could supplant the Republican Party with the Green Party, that would be brilliant. That's never going to happen in our current system. But if that's something if that would be our path to getting our goals done, that would be great. Like you were talking about earlier, as much as I would as much as I hate Joe Manchin, I wish he was like the furthest right Republican that we could see, or the furthest right person you could see in government. We can at least get some stuff done.
Oh, by the way, my dad worked with Ralph Nader on a lot of stuff early on in my dad's legal career.
Oh.
So Boy Meets Minnie was talking about how he felt like the Greens lost their way after Nader stepped down. I kind of agree. I don't think Jill Stein was a good candidate for them, and there was a lot of infighting that happened after that. So
it's a balance because, like, I would say this with the Libertarian Party too. They seem to purposefully want to cap themselves, like to hit themselves in the kneecaps, essentially. Like even if we had like first past the post voting, like, and we had everything functioning, so we could have third parties. They don't act intelligently. Our third parties don't make or like other parties
No,
do not make good decisions.
they just always seem like they're like in such a status of upheaval, you know, like they can't get shit done, you know. It's like, guys, you know, you gotta like formulate a plan, you gotta get on the same page, like, you know, like, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, when you're a smaller party, you really have to be aligned. Like, there isn't room for that. Like, some of the like stuff that I saw with the Green Party this last election cycle, I was like, oh, you guys have run off the damn cliff. You know.
Mike Lightyear on like the third parties losing the election for Clinton. I don't actually have that take. I think it's like fully a problem with our electoral college and not like a problem with losing votes on that. I think like because we have to remember if we do give away all of like the Green Party votes to Clinton, we'd also probably have to give a lot of Libertarian votes to Trump. So it might have affected some things, but
the MPP was looking good at first. Boy Meets Mini. I thought that was going to be something that could be a thing, but with Dory at the you know, as the face of it, with Brianna Joy Gray, it just that devolved so rapidly, and I was really disappointed with that. I was hoping they'd kind of pull their heads out of their asses, and because they had an opportunity with Nina.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Bloodsport time. While I was giving the baby the bottle, I had time to formulate some of my thoughts that I literally was, as I was getting up, I was like, oh, okay. You said, and I agree, that if there was revolution, it would come from the fascism, right? And then you literally 3 or 4 or 5 minutes later almost seemed like you were like, that can't happen. Like you were literally denying possible revolution coming from fascism with like the January 6th thing. I guarantee. I guarantee I'm older than you. I guarantee I'm older than you. I might even be almost twice your age. I have no idea. I'm probably close to that. But I don't know if you know Trump's body of work in just not in office, just generally how he works. He was setting up, he was slow playing for that revolution leading up to January 6th. And by that I mean like Trump, if you ever said anything bad about Trump before he was in office, what did he do? He sued you, right?
Sue you out of existence.
Sues you out of existence, bogs you down with lawyer fees while he is just, you know, getting Deutsche Bank fucking loans, like $400 million Deutsche Bank loans. He can sue anybody he wants as much as he wants. Limitless suing possibilities. He was taking a page, like, so he's been doing this the whole time. He was also really brilliant. People think Trump is an idiot. He's an idiot in certain ways. He does some things that seem stupid for specific reasons. Like he has a reason for that 1917 thing, which we can get into. But anyway, he has a reason for the stupid things. He's not a brilliant whatever, but he has moments of, real quick, I'll try to explain it as quickly as possible. The taxes that he was able to get around in New York with his properties. I'm Donald Trump. You are a hot water boiler company. You sell me like boilers, right? For each apartment unit. You're going to charge me $3,000 or $800 for a fucking water boiler, water heater. Okay? Per unit. Donald said, fuck that. I'm going to create my own water boiler company, a fake company. I'm going to just buy the things myself, and then I can create the invoices. So when it comes to paying my taxes, they're $800 per unit. But I can also swing that to, I paid $10,000 per water boiler. So he could try to swing shit. He did that with every single thing in his buildings, which was like his way of trying to game the system, and he gamed it forever. And we've even called him out. Yeah, someone in your chat said that's called tax fraud. That's what it is. That's what he's done, and he's been caught. The New York Times did a piece in 2018. They did like back-to-back pieces of like here is a 5-year study and here's a 20-year thing, and like this is what Donald Trump does, and there were no repercussions for it. And like even now he's doing the thing with his niece where like because she revealed the tax shit, he might ever see problems with it, but he's not going to. And even like he's not going to go to jail. We're not going to get our Donald Trump in an orange jumpsuit like we win, guys, like that. Like with the shaved head meme thing, like that's we're not gonna see that, and if we do see it, we better be fucking doing like the Ewoks at the end of fucking Jedi. We need Yub Yub song, we need fucking fireworks, and we need like explosions in space. Like that's what needs to happen if that actually fucking happens, right?
Agreed.
But he does all these things. I'll see if I can find it. I don't know if I can find it right now while I'm still figuring out my new little studio shit, but. Paywall alert, New York Times. Did you just find the thing I was talking about? Is this an old article, Mike Lightyear? Paywall schmaywall, bro. I subscribe to this shit so I can read all this shit. When was this? 2021. No.
Yeah,
nope,
I remember like he had a specific thing with pianos where he would like go to piano salesman and then he would contract them to buy pianos and he would just like not pay for them at all. And the way that he got around that was because if they had like the company was so small that in order to take legal action, it would be more expensive to take legal action.
Exactly.
Than to,
no, but he did that with everything. There's a documentary, I think on like Netflix or something from like 4 years ago where maybe it was like 3 years ago. I don't know. I'm on pandemic time. We're all on pandemic time. Sometime during the Trump presidency, a documentary came out, I'm pretty sure on Netflix, where it's the ice rink in New York City. Did you guys see that one?
I saw it. I saw that shit.
The whole point of it was like, that was his like, I think it was like in the mid to late 70s. He was like, I can do that in this amount of time for this cost. And everyone was like, oh, and if he can get it done, it was just like seen as like a, you know, if we wanted to link it to like fascism, it'd be like a mythic pasty type reach. If we wanted to like reach for that like connection,
right.
It's like, he was like, this is an icon and I can fix it in record time for this price. And he told the company, this will be great. Like, you're going to get paid, but like, obviously this will be great for you guys, right? Blah, blah, blah. I'll pay you after it, but you're going to be at the thing, the ceremony. It's going to be great press for you and you guys are going to make it. And they did the job. The company paid all these extra people. They brought more people in to hit the deadline, and they paid all of those people like overtime, like gamer crunch shit, right? So they got the job done. He never paid them a cent to this day, like never paid them anything. And then at the unveiling the TV event that was like, oh, this glorious day by Donald Trump, it was literally all about Trump. He has narcissistic personality disorder. Doctors say that they can't diagnose him without actually talking to him, but like several have gone on record as saying he has all the symptoms and he is the quintessential case of NPD. Donald Trump that day made it all about him. It was literally just like, I did this, me, no mention of the other things. Lord Kelmar, yes, these guys also stream. Follow them. Lord Kelmar is awesome. Give him follow. Find them. Follow Lord Kelmar.
Oh yeah.
But don't always come back to me though. But no, he's literally like made it all about himself. And the owner of the thing is like in his like 70s now. Like he's like Donald Trump's age. And he was like, we never saw a cent. My company went out of business because I couldn't pay the people and they were trying to sue me. I was trying to sue Donald and Donald just destroyed me with litigation. Like that's Donald Trump. So he understood the power of the courts. I'm trying to say this as quickly as possible. I know I'm taking up all the time. But I had baby bottle time and now I have all these thoughts. You're just holding a bottle in the darkness, just thinking like, God, I'm going to come back and say so many things. So Donald knows about the courts. Mitch McConnell knows about the courts. They like to squabble here and there, but they're on the same page. It's all about owning the courts. And they did that. Obama did a shit job of it because we're like all Democrats, anything, so like centrists, like leftists, we're all just like, I think good will prevail and twiddle my thumbs and who gives, you know what I mean? Like we're all like, oh, the good guys always win. And like, they're like, no, we're going to control the courts for the next 50 years, which they're doing right now.
Yep.
And
you're right.
Like Bolsonaro in Brazil, like we have fascism in Brazil. We have fascism up in India. What are they doing? They're controlling the courts. They're putting their people in, like he literally got, God, why am I blanking on the basis fuck Brazil president went to jail? Why can't
Lula.
Jesus Christ,
yeah,
it's a long
Lula.
day. Lula was in power. Bolsonaro, they have like a supreme chancellor of justice. Um, I don't know. Someone, you can't link stuff in my chat, guys. I don't know how to turn it off, but it will ban you for 5 minutes and delete everything ever. Sorry, whoever did that, I apologize. When he was not president, Bolsonaro went to the Supreme Court Justice Chancellor of Brazil. Like if the Supreme Court had a head judge, they made a backdoor deal, put Lula in jail on this false accusation. I will become president, and we will make you the Supreme Chancellor title that you basically have, and blah blah blah. And the guy went along with it, and it was like, we know about this. It was reported on by a guy who used to be a good journalist,
Glenn Greenwald. Yep.
Fuck that guy. Fuck him to. He's like trying to do Tucker Carlson from like the supposed left, but that's what they do. And Donald Trump is like, I'm going to control the courts, and I'm going to. Sorry, do I call you? Is it sine? Like sine wave?
Sen.
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 Okay.
S-E-N. Sen.
Yeah, Sen. They're trying to hyper normalize what was going to take place on January 6th. He had 6 things written, ready to go with his lawyer to have Mike Pence do the thing. Mike Pence apparently grew a pair of balls, or had like one of his nights with his his wife in their separate beds, and like, I don't think I can destroy democracy in this country. Like, he had like one of those like throwback old moments for him. He probably got off on that, not his wife that night. But he was like, I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to protect him. I'm not going to go along with Donald Trump's overthrow. But the lawyer had 6 things ready to go to the courts. And if they control the courts, you can find enough wiggle room in there to keep getting enough of those to go up to the higher courts, with the 6-3, with 3 of them appointed by him. And he's like, you guys voted no on a few things that I thought you might go with, but like, this is the big yes that like I brought you in.
Thanks for the follow, Lord
like,
Kelmar. Appreciate
Amy
that
Coney
shit.
Barrett would absolutely go along with whatever Donald Trump. And now it's funny that her and Clarence Thomas, within a week of each other, were both like, I don't like how the left is politicizing the courts, like projecting their fascist.
Yeah.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, go fuck yourself. But like, we read the headlines from our shitty journal, like from the New York Times, that Mike, like, that's not the article he posted, but like, they don't go far enough to explain what's happening. They just explain like, oh, here are the things, and these are the names, and this is when this happened, and he said this, and there's like, and then the opinions are like, that was crazy. Did you see how stupid that was? That would never happen. That's not intellectual discussion about what's happening. And that's why I feel like the revolution could absolutely happen from fascism if given just a few more, like, we're 50-50 right now, right?
Let me clarify like what I meant by that by a moment, because when I meant a revolution in the sense that I was talking about previously, yeah, you could have a uprising from a fascist uprising at any moment. I meant more like a leftist uprising from like the conflicts of climate change. I don't think that could happen anytime soon. And even if it did happen, we would have no idea where it went. I'm not a huge fan of like having a leftist revolution either. I don't disagree with anything that you said here. We could see an uprising from fascist regimes, like what we're seeing now with how what Trump was doing. He was pushing having some kind of a revolution when he was like trying to send troops to like attack American citizens. He was like pushing and like seeing what he could do to get his ideas. I don't disagree with it.
Yes. Also, when he literally, hey, Mike Lightyear, I saw that. Like, yeah, sorry, I don't know how to undo that. Like, if anybody who knows how to like fix fucking like Twitter mod shit, like, please help me, because I've deleted everything, but it still does the things I deleted. Donald Trump, what did we 2016 into 2017 when he assumed power? What was his one trait that he asked of the people who worked under him?
Complete fealty. Total and complete fealty.
Complete. Yes, exactly. He wanted loyalty from everybody. And if they had any like semblance of like, Constitution. He was like, you're out. And like he had, you saw people flip like faster than it, like just like so fast with like, he's in power. Donald Trump appoints this guy, and then it's like, oh shit, nope, he's not going to go along with everything that I want. You're out, and I can do that because I'm the president. And Donald Trump, for some reason, with our stupid system, has a few people still in the system who apparently have positions where it's like almost impossible to get them out. He put some like, I think the kid is I don't want to say he's 28. I think he's even younger than that. I think he's like 21 or 22. He put the youngest person in at this position that like nobody's ever heard of, but this kid has like crazy levels of power on like the small like intermediate shit, like in a Hollywood studio. Let's say Sen, you are the movie producer, and Jason is the script writer, and he wrote the script. Before it gets to you, it could be the best fucking script ever. It's got to come to my desk, and my job is to look at scripts and go, this could be interesting, or it could be like, this could just make us money. It's garbage, but it'll make us money. Or I could go, oh, Jason's Society. Yeah, I didn't like the way he looked at me at this cocktail party one time. I'm just going to throw that in the trash. Like, that's how like Hollywood works. And then Jason goes to another studio. I call everybody up and I say, yeah, don't do anything with Jason's Society. And Jason's Society doesn't get his movie made, but I have 3 guys writing scripts that are the exact same thing slightly differently, and we've never ever hear from Jason's Society again. There are positions in DC that Donald Trump has filled that Obama did not fill. There were like 108 positions that he didn't fill that have these like crazy levels of power that are not like election based, and he's like putting in like 22-year-old Republican kids who are just like, you know, fuck yeah, I'll do whatever you say. Like it's embarrassing. I'll find all these links and send you the stories. It's all like Washington Post, New York Times, like paywall as we call it on Twitch apparently.
I have those, and OMG Sticks is making the point. I read about this as well. They rewrote the classification for some of the federal employees, so they're no longer political. That's why Biden can't replace them.
Yes, that's it. Whoever said that, OMG Sticks, yes. Exactly. And here's the thing though. Here's what Trump did when he was in power. Trump said, I'm the fucking president. I can do whatever I fucking want. And everyone went along with it. Biden is literally going, guys, the parliamentarian said I can't do this thing, so I guess I can't do the thing. Even though it's not an elected position, and constitutionally, he can just ignore the person and go, fuck you, I'm doing it anyway. And he's like,
he can get rid of the
our hands are tied. And now we're going to be like listening to all these fucking people who are like putting these like lower tier levels, but they actually they are the like the, you know, the noise gate on your microphone, like blocking shit from like ever getting up. Like it's so embarrassing. We are so bad at this shit.
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that. And one thing I'd say is that it you know, sometimes I wonder like, okay, maybe this is a necessary evil in a way, because we were slipping, that what was our constitutional democratic republic was slipping so far out of control under Trump. You know, if Biden, you know, did go hard in the paint, let's say, and did like play Trump's game as president, what are the chances that there would be huge backlash during the next election cycle, and that would cost us, you know? And how long can those institutions stay in place if he's out of office before they're fully implemented? You know what I mean? Those are some of the things I think about.
But I want to hear Sen, because Sen, I feel like whatever you're working on for your document sounds like this might be in that wheelhouse. Yeah.
Kind of. Like we were talking about it a little bit earlier. Like I think the most immediate thing that needs to be, like I guess like to Jason's specific question, I think Biden should play a lot more hardball than he should be doing right now. He should be seeking to like put a lot more people in the courts right now. He should be seeking to like override the parliamentarian. He should be seeking to obviously adhere to our constitution as much as he can. But he has a lot of wiggle room that, because it seems what liberals like to do, they like to, like you said earlier, just assume everything nice is going to happen and you just let it go your path, you know? I want to see him like push against that. I want to see him do it constitutionally. But he should push the bounds of what he's able to do. At the same, like when I'm talking about my document, like the thing that I think that needs to be the correction to this immediately is we need to have. I think when you see people like Trump rise, it's because you have like things that are failing in our democracy. I think you see Trump rise because you'll have a system like the Electoral College that lets him like just float by without actually having full support of the country. You'll have these places in like the Senate where you'll have people get into these areas because of not well in the Senate you'll have because it's based on population as opposed or like not based on population and other problems. In the House you'll have stuff like gerrymandering. Uh, you'll have stuff like in the courts like you're talking about. Republican lawmakers fight a lot harder for the courts than the Democrats ones do, and these needs to be correct. These need to be corrections that we see in the system, and that's like that's where I like put my advocacy into with my plan. I think that's the first thing that needs to be changed above anything else.
So I think that the main things that we need to correct are some of the things that historically the fascists have pulled. The whole point of what they can do with like hypocrisy is nothing to them. When we point out their hypocrisy, when we watch a 20-minute Majority Report video like, Ron DeSantis is being so hypocritical, what an idiot. Like, that's not the point. Like, they completely miss the point of what Ron DeSantis is doing. And I will always, Sam Cedar is my dad in some ways. And if you want to get into a libertarian taxation debate, like I will cheer him on as he destroys people. But he is so bad on this stuff that it's embarrassing. And like Emma's a little bit better, but sometimes like she'll like miss the forest for the trees until she'll make like a snarky comment at the end, like, "Wait, that's it? Did you get it?" Or like, "Why aren't we talking about that thing that you just said at the very end of this fucking video?" Where at the very end, Sam's like, "Well, if you enjoyed this video." Like it's his ending is so weird now. I don't know. Like I'm like, dude, you were in Hollywood. Like you were like anyway, so goofy. Like he's missing, and we all watch this shit, and we just like laugh. Like look at these idiots while they are assuming power. For the next election, what we should be doing is undoing the 145 years of the rise of fascism's grab for the rural areas of the country. The rural areas used to be all leftist. And the reason why they stopped being leftist in the 19th century is the same reason as right now. It is economic insecurities that happened at that time in 1880s. In the 1880s, you had like steamboats now. And steamboats were suddenly bringing over products from America to like Europe. And like the European rural areas, the farms and everyone just started crumbling because we didn't need you anymore. We can get cheaper shit from America, Australia, all these other places. Like where like you could get like goods from like the 1880s up to like the 1920s, like just leading up to like the First World War. The rural areas started dying. Also, politics in that exact same time went from like the elites to mass politics. No one like they reached out to the masses. Before that, it was like I used to read about Alexander Hamilton, who I think is a piece of shit, but he was like he would say things like the regular common person should have no say in politics. When you read that now, you're like, what an asshole. And I'm an Aaron Burr guy the whole way. Like Burr was the Bernie Sanders of his time, like all the way. But like Hamilton's things about like the elites should be the ones doing the politicking was a normal thing back then. Mass politics didn't happen until the end of the 19th century. And then the rise of fascism happened because you realized, oh, in order to get the masses behind you, you just go for emotion, not policy. No fascist in Republican today talks about policy. They just, emotional shit, right? So how do we get the rural people back with climate change, which sounds like it's like a big part of your document, right?
I'll send you my document if you want. I know Jason probably has it. Like, it's not like it's a problem because it's so much to write about, and like I'm trying to get through everything. I was gonna do like I was gonna do a ton of writing on the prison industrial complex and the things that we need to get pushed through there today. And then like Jason was like, "Hey, do you want to come on and talk about it?" I was like, "Okay."
Okay, so check this out. Beginning of the pandemic, I don't know if you guys remember. Do you remember us putting $2.7 trillion into the stocks and they disappeared within like seconds? Do you remember that?
Yep.
2.7. Just like we put it in, and it was like like that, and it's gone.
Yep.
Like we did like I
Yeah,
think the
sucked
breakdown was
out.
1 and then 1.7, or it was 1.7 and 1, but like the breakdown was like 2.7 trillion dollars, and like you put it in, like the stocks are crumbling, the world is crumbling, we're going to an end. Like Elon Musk tweeted about Dogecoin, and we're all dying, and trillions of dollars, 2.7 trillion dollars disappeared like that. And now we're trying to fight for 3.5 trillion to actually give 100 million people better jobs, better pay, infrastructure things that'll save. And we have like 2 dipshits in our Senate who are like can stop this shit, like Sinema and Manchin, or anybody else who wants to like gum it up just to like, hey, help my state more because we suck.
Bring on the pork.
We can print money, right? Here's how we do this now. Here's an idea to get the rural areas back, and it's gonna sound fucking stupid at first, but when you think about it, here we go. Mike Lightyear, listen. Here we go. Ready? This is the intro for the thumbnail. No, I'm just kidding. He's so good. He puts out like 50 videos a night. Check this out. Ready? The answer for utopia is all free shit, right? What if we gave rural families a free electric car on the government?
I love
rural
it.
families, electric cars,
Would it be like
all
a
of them.
Tesla or like a hybrid? Because that'd be like
Not a Tesla. Not a Tesla. Fuck Tesla.
Okay.
Do it with. You could do it like not all one company. Everybody gets equal share. Like we're not going to give it to just one. We'll give it to anyone who's making an electric car that meets these requirements. Like so, it's not a piece of shit like junker car. But like I think Ford was the one who had the first like actually mass like the Tesla before Tesla claimed that they were the first. I think it was Ford. But basically, the idea is like every rural family, you get an electric car for free. Don't even worry about it. And that 3.5 trillion infrastructure thing, we're going to be building charge stations, so it's not just a fucking junker that you're not going to be able to charge anywhere, and it's going to be like left on the road. We will handle the infrastructure. You guys get 1 car per family. So if you have 2 cars, sell the gasser, sell the SUV fucking gasser, or the they'll never sell their 350s. But that would help those rural families so much that like it'd be almost impossible for them to ignore what Joe Biden has done for them. Like almost impossible. Like now I can get to work and this, and I didn't have to pay for this, and it's like it's just a thing that now helps my life. It'd be like getting $100,000 raise like a year. Like here you go, have a car. I feel like that would get a huge chunk of the rural community back, because we are currently divided with every time you see the state, like during the elections, you'll see like Democrats win the state and it's this tiny little blue, like that's the major city of the state, and the rest of the state is red. There are better maps for that now where you see like where people actually fucking live.
Yeah,
and, like we win.
A balance, because like when you look in those, and I agree with you on like some aspects, because like I do think it's a crime that we let these like areas go to shit. I was just talking with Jason about how we need to like even like if you look at like from an environmental aspect, we need to get people into like the middle America areas, because on one hand we've let them go entirely too red, and the other hand is when we're concentrating all these people in these cities and the coasts, when we have climate change actually come up and those coasts start disappearing, we're going to run into major problems with that too. So we were just talking about that.
Oh,
And that's going to happen sooner than like later. Like a hurricane that started down below Florida flooded New York City.
Yep.
Like
I had relatives. Florida, I had relatives come up from Louisiana just because they couldn't stand the hurricane. It was terrible.
I was born and raised in Vermont. Vermont was named in 2010 the best city to live in 2020 in the world, because of economic reasons, environmental reasons, education reasons, all these reasons. They named Burlington, Vermont the best city to live in 2020. And I don't think I can come up with a good argument against it. You have like for Vermont's area, like it's like the city. You have a lake right there that's not affecting like the rising oceans is not going to affect it, but you have that kind of like, oh, like we have the water and all that kind of stuff. But also just like culturally and economically, all these other reasons. And it's kind of looking like that because we are seeing, like, I grew up thinking, like, well, I'm glad I don't live down where they have all the tornadoes. And then, like, now New Jersey is having tornadoes. Not that far away.
Trust me,
Like,
the places I've lived in my life are Louisiana and Florida. I get how awful weather can be.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I was like, I'm so glad that I grew up in an area that it's not affected by that shit. Like, we don't have massive earthquakes. We don't have anything. And every time there was a hurricane coming up the coast, the most we would get is like heavy rain for like maybe a day. And it's like just like it's like our normal rain, but slightly windier. And that's as much as could happen. And now we're seeing tornadoes and all this stuff. So it's like, we need to do things to fix things. Biden is not pushing the right things fast enough. He is still dawdling around with like people that he can get rid of that Trump appointed in his administration, that he's just kind of like, could you guys please like vacate the premises? No? Okay, that's fine. I accept your decision. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, we are such pushovers with this shit, and we need to fucking step up our game because shit's like coming to a head.
Yep.
I'm rambling a little bit. I apologize. Jason, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say one of the people in our chat, Lady Raincloud, who just hopped in. She said there was a company called Henny Motor Company that had a production vehicle, but they only sold 47 models over 2 years. It was an electric vehicle. It was produced in 1961. So Heaney Kilowatt was the name of the company.
Go
ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I like the idea, like the electric car thing. I'm not sure how that would go into it because I'm not a huge like electric car proponent. I think like the best solution is to copy what a lot of Europe has done with these bullet trains and get a lot of that stuff done. I think public transit is gonna be the way to go. But
I think you do that in tandem with it.
Yeah.
I would say that but what I would say is I'd prefer if we get like a subway system and like these. We can do both, obviously. But
for the rural thing, like the whole idea with the rural stuff is like a car's job is not to go 100 miles an hour. Once you go past, I think I can't remember if it's 40 or 60 miles. They're like anything under 40 miles. Generally, a car is like going to be your most effective form of transportation. Over that, you want to start looking into trains. Over several hundred miles, you're looking at planes. Like the whole idea is like the most productive kinds of travel. For not just for the people time-wise, but like economically, and like these rural areas who are like, I'm stuck in my shitty surroundings due to my circumstances, and I'm driving my gas guzzler, and I like people would be like, I would love to have an electric car, but I can't afford it. Like, great, you get an electric car, and you get electric car, and you get electric car. If we do Oprah to the entire fucking rural area, like we're gonna pull so many people that we wouldn't have to worry about the Republican Party for decades. I feel like because there are so many states that we're so close to like turning blue. Like Texas is Texas is blue. It's blue. That court in Texas threw out that what is it? What's the county that begins with a B? It's not Brayard. Fuck. The largest county with like all black people, like mostly black people, is like the highest demographic is black people. They threw out all of the mail-in ballots for that, and that turned the fucking state. Was it Harris? I thought it began with a B, but I think oh my God sticks has been on point the whole night. So maybe it's Harris County. I thought it began with a B, but an H and a B kind of look the same to me with toddlers and shit. But yeah, no, like Texas is a blue state right now. There are more Democrats in Texas. There are more Democrats in Florida. We have enough just enough voter suppression to keep the Republicans in power, and they keep chipping away. And if they can get 50,000 people here and 20,000 people here and 80,000 people here with our stupid electoral college shit, they can stay in power with just like these like little, people are like, I guess I don't care about my vote. Like that's where we're at right now. But if you can actually like. Harris is Houston biggest and most populous. Maybe that's it. Okay. Chat's figuring it out for us. They're sleuths in your chat, Jace.
Yeah, I love it. They're such good linkers. They actually provide good stuff for us.
My if you link in my chat, you get banned apparently. I got to figure that out.
Ours was like that for a while too. I had to make Mike fix it for me. Fix it, Mike.
Mike, come fix my shit. I'll buy you lunch or something. I can't afford your editing skills.
How much do you
But
I
like-
don't know how much you pay him, Jason? Does he get a good? Does he pay you well?
Well, see what
But-
you guys don't understand is I am actually Mike's human puppet. So I'm just he doesn't I don't pay him because I'm actually working for him. I'm just a human personification of Mike.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Sorry,
Is
man.
Mike
Human
like a
puppet sounds
zombie?
fucking weird. No idea. Human puppet, huh? Oh, like a reverse thing. That sounds good. I like that. Who do I vote for to get the human puppet that I get to control? Other way around, please.
Like the YouTube avatar.
God damn it. I got fucking born into a shitty situation. I got ramrolled right at the beginning. Fuck.
Yeah, it was Harris County. That's what they're saying.
I don't like. I think I don't fully disagree. Like my preferred. I don't like. Obviously, anything that we can do to get office is good. I just want to see. I think the immediate thing that I strongly advocate for is we need to see. Like I was just talking about with Jason. There's a few things that I think even Republicans would go along with that would get us like back on track. The thing that I really think that we could do is we have to give tax incentives for voting right now. I think that's like one of the things that Republicans would absolutely sign on with because a Republican.
No, they wouldn't, because that's going to hurt them. So they would absolutely fight that. They would come up with a reason why to fight that.
I don't think that you would see every Republican falling in line on that issue. It would hurt them, but I think they would take those tax cuts. I think you would see that, like they would take at least some of them. When you have the Romney, you have some of these people. I think they would take the tax cuts over the hit to them, I guess.
What I thought about that though, and this was my point, is they might go for the tax cuts, but they're not going to go for the holiday voting. Then they're going to want to make voting even harder and consolidate
Right.
that.
No, so like exactly.
They'll
tax
take
cut
the
thing
money.
Would be like they would see the tax cut incentive as like on the horizon as like that's bad for us, so we need to figure out how to attack it. And like Republicans would be like, okay, I don't like Ted Cruz would be the one coming out with like the first salvo, and he'd be like, I don't understand why we need to incentivize your constitutional right to make a vote.
Thanks for
Am
the
I
follow.
right, people? Am I right? And like people are gonna be
Jury
like on the side
Solista.
hard enough where they're like, I want my extra
I hope I
money,
got
but
that
I
right.
have to clap for him and, as a performative thing. Like that's like they would find different versions of that to hit you at the press conference, hit you on Fox and Friends, hit you on Tucker Carlson, hit you on Greg Gutfeld in like an unfunny, supposedly comedy way. They would hit that same message with different layers of like, this is your constitutional right, and now they're trying to absolutely, they'd be like, they're trying to buy your vote. Democrats are trying to buy your vote so they can take away your guns. That's what they would do.
I don't know, man. I've never seen a Republican shoot down a tax cut. It could happen.
Nope.
It would be a first, though.
I'm patting myself on the back for coming up with that. That's exactly what they would do. Yes. Victory.
I don't think it would work as an option at all. I think, like, especially when you look at the populace, you're gonna see so many like older people. They're like, wait, I'm gonna get tax cuts for just voting. I do that anyway. Let me go ahead and do that. You're gonna see so many of them do that. I wouldn't be surprised. And what I would say is, you're not gonna get all of them. You're gonna get like the Ted Cruzes are gonna fight against it. Obviously, you're gonna have like all the people that know it's gonna be a problem. But then you're gonna have the people like Romney. That are gonna,
Hi, all my new
that
followers
don't, like,
from
police side with
from
them. And then they're gonna go
Spain.
with it. You're gonna have
How
like,
many people listen to Romney, you think, right now?
Oh, I'm not saying that. I don't say Romney is like a massive thing, but we're gonna get like at least some of those efforts. I think some of like a decent because we only need a little bit of the Republican Party to sign on with it. We don't need like the whole Republican Party, but if we can get like a little bit of them and we can get this in, I think that might be one of the routes. that we can
Candina
have.
Musliman,
for.
thanks for the follow. I hope I,
I don't
got that
disagree that
right.
there would be those that come out against it, but I think
I'm going to disagree with Samla in chat. I don't think a lot of Republicans actually agree with Romney now. I think it's the independents who are closer to centrist who maybe even consider themselves Democrats, but they vote for Romney. I think that's Romney's like, that's his backing right now. And he's been moving around states to stay in power. like in Utah, like he's not getting elected anymore in Massachusetts, so he bumps over to another state where he's like my righty centristy kind of like rhino-y, like that's the word everyone likes to throw around anymore. But he's basically like a half-assed
Yeah, I don't disagree.
version of the Republican Party right now, but he's grabbing that like largest like 42% independents, and like the Democrats who are like, well, they're basically the same, so I'm going to vote for this guy because I know that name and he's been in charge already. Like that's the current equivalent of like our intellectual level of our voter, like the majority of voters in the country.
Yeah, back to what
majority-
name recognition, what you were talking about before, you know.
But let's also like take a look at like precedent. Let's see what happened in like the recall. Well, yeah, the recall elections of the 2020 in Georgia. We saw these the two senators that were campaigning. The main thing that they were campaigning on was the $2,000 stimulus check, and that got that got the vote in a mainly what was assumed to be a Republican state. We saw the people come out to get this money, and it wouldn't surprise me if we saw the same happen for this. I agree with you. There are going to be people that are going to fight it, but I think that there's some stuff that we can do that will get enough of the Republican vote, and we can get them to sign on.
So I think there's 38% of the country that will not be for it, and that's the 38% that you saw. No matter what Trump did, 38% was like his lowest approval rating. No matter what the garbage policy was, 38%. Like that was his bottom, and that is the line. Was that?
It's around like a 35%. That's what I usually say. Yeah.
I will fight you. I will fight you, sir. 38. Like, so they did a 5-year study on like what people respond to politically, and they found that just under 40% of the people in this 5-year study actually, no matter what they say, it's not about what you say, it's what you do. They almost want authoritarian rule under the guise of I'm in a free place, but like the policies and the efforts that they were like choosing in this 5-year study were authoritarian. 38% of the country was like basically like that they polled for this 5-year study want authoritarianism. Donald Trump never got too far below that. Like I'll even grant you 35%. That might have been like his worst week ever, but like it was always like Donald Trump, like, you know, they declined toothpaste and soap to the kids in cages, and everyone's like 38% of the country is like, he's doing a great job with that. Like there was like, he couldn't do anything wrong to like get below this point. And currently those same people are still, those polls are all still, no matter what happens, 38% is like their lowest denomination. So like in order to win these elections, 38% of the voters are fucking out the window. Like they're gone. Like we don't even worry about them. We need to get the centrists. And how do we get the centrists? We need like policies to help rural areas. Bernie Sanders, a Vermonter, huge into farms. Go back 100 years. How did we lose the left? We lost them with fucking emotional rhetoric, and we lost them with the farmers. In Italy, they went after the farmers. The fascists went after the farmers. And the farmers were like, fuck it. This guy says he's going to help me. I'll go with him. And that's literally how they got their foot in the door. They went to the farmers. And like, if you talk to most farmers, even now, who are like, Trump didn't really do that much for us at the end, but we thought he was pretty good, they're still going to vote for the Republican. We need to, like, Joe Biden needs to have
rhetoric has been huge.
Just a book this
I don't
big,
know
and
if
just,
we
like,
should
fucking slam it
continue
on the
using
fucking
that.
desk and be like, here is
I
our
think
plan
it's
to fix the
proven
farms.
very
This is what
divisive.
we're going to do. And like, we're not doing it. We're not doing enough. We're doing just enough to be like, there's a 50-50 chance we lose the White House.
So to clarify your position, because you think it's more practical that we could get electric cars to every person in rural areas than we could get a tax cut passed?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I
think
calculus.
if you're looking at a Venn diagram of those demographics, I think the people that would actually change their vote and that would help them dramatically, like what you're talking about, is essentially like a George Bush, like his tax break, where he's like I got $200 from that like thing. Like I think I was like 20, 21 years old, and it's like everybody's getting a check, and it's like $200. Some people got like $800. Some people got $1,000, and everyone's just like, "Woo, that's awesome!" And then you're like, "Yeah, they literally just got you with a one-time check that doesn't really help you out. A car helps people out immensely, more than like Like how much money do you think like voting is like how much do you think like
No,
just
wait.
like try to think of like a tax break for voting. Like
You're acting
how much
like
money do you think you're gonna
no wait. How much money do you think it would take to give every rural family a car?
a ton of money, which is why it's better for them. Like we
how
just
is-
print the money, we get the cars, like the vaccines are free. We can do the free car thing for rural families. Like we can do this. Like
How is
Like,
this?
It would be a mass investment in our workforce because it would legit put car companies to work making these cars. Somebody's got to
Exactly.
make them, you know.
Yeah, I don't disagree that like having cars would be a massive thing, but I think if we're talking practically in the thing that's going to get people out to vote, having a tax cut for something that everyone already supposedly does on the Republican side is something that's way more easy to pass through and getting like first, how would you so how would you put through this policy? Is it a federal policy or did you do it through every state?
federal.
How would you justify getting every giving all of these cars to just the rural populations and not every population?
How are we doing all vaccinations for free? Vaccinations, booster shots. You think that that's like free? Like the implementation, all of the refrigeration just for like the vaccines at the whatever that fucking sub 40 sub 70 temperature is that some of them need to be fucking held at, like the infrastructure with just saying that all the vaccines are free is a fucking ton of money, and we were throwing away like cities were like, we just threw away 50,000, we just threw away 80,000 vaccines. Like we're just pissing money away because people won't take the vaccine. But like the money is being thrown out there and we're just throwing it away, and no one's talking about that. But apparently trying to like come up with a policy from the left to get people rurally who are like classically on the right, like that's part of the revolution. That's like how you win them back. Like you don't wait for the fascist revolution. You do something dramatic to get the people back so you can hold on to power to do the things enough to make DC a fucking state, to make PR a state. Like the things where you're like, hey guys, we can do these things and improve the country, help save the planet, like make things better, create jobs, et cetera, et cetera. Like this is like, that's the kind of thing that we need to do rather than just this incremental, like, yeah, I don't know, God, like, what are we gonna do? Like hey, if you vote, we give you a $500 tax break. Like, okay, great, but we can also do the fucking car thing. Like, let's go. Money's meaningless now.
You're conflating a bunch of stuff here. So you can. I agree with you that
I'm not conflating. They're all layers of like a.
I'm asking you how you would get this plan passed, and you just talk about how much it would help us. But when you talk about my plan, you would say that it would never get passed. That's what I mean by conflating.
I'm saying that the opponents would see your thing and they have a clear way. This is the strategy. They have a clear way of saying, I see what the Democrats are doing with this. This could be bad for us, so we're going to vote no for it.
And you don't.
My thing would also be horrible, but try to be someone who's elected into office and telling people in your state, I am trying to get you a fucking car declined.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
are you going to vote for that person if they're going to stop you from getting a free fucking electric car?
Okay, I don't think you are understanding. Like,
I understand perfectly. I completely understand. I'm talking about the policy of how you would do these things, like the strategy of like turning down like something for like a $500 tax credit won't hurt a Republican politician that much. They'll be like, yeah, sorry guys, but like if Manchin was the one vote like turning down, like, hey, rural families, he's the one turning down your one thing, you think he's not gonna like vote yes on that? Like there's more weight to that than like
what is
a $500 tax
cuts.
What
is my goal with the tax cuts?
To incentivize voting. Maybe that's what Jason was saying. Is that not what you were saying?
More money? Or do you think my goal is to get more people voting?
More people voting.
So if we get this passed, would this, like hypothetically, let's say, because you're already going with the idea that we could pass this car thing, would my plan not get more people voting?
No, I'm not saying it's like a breeze to get a fucking several $1 trillion electric car thing passed.
Well, conceptually, if we're talking in these areas, right? Conceptually, you could treat it like we do other farm subsidy programs, like USDA housing subsidies that they get. They get USDA actually runs the food stamps program nationally, so you could feasibly find a way to push it through the USDA to where you don't necessarily need legislation. It just merely would be a matter of finding the funding for it.
For the cars.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see how you get this. Like, maybe.
But I think that it's a tokenized effort. I think it needs, as long as you could do that as like a gimmick, right? Like it's a good political gimmick, but you've got to make sure that you're following that up with other things. There has to be a lot of other things behind that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's
Elon Musk is a moron. Sam Law, he's a fucking moron. He's not my daddy.
Like heavy investment in rural school and education, find ways to create better access to food and things like that. Like, and again, infrastructure. But I do think, is it possible to sway people with an electric car in rural areas? I mean, I'm not going to say I'd be upset with it, but I really think that it has to be part of a massively broader program to make it significant and functionable and workable. I do, though, however, think it's definitely one of those things that, to Red's point, like it really does play on a rhetorical battle that you're going to have out, in the political sphere when you go to run for office. Like, how do you run against that? I might suggest maybe not a car directly, but maybe subsidies for a car or something like that. If you live in a rural area, might be an easy way to do it.
You also don't have to pay for this all in one fell swoop. Like, people have cars for a decade, right? Like, you pay for this over time, and it's already paid for with like taxes. There's ways to do this around. Once you start getting people to realize that, like, you don't have to just like pull your fucking bootstraps up, which, by the way, was started by fucking far right people back in the 1900s and 19 teens. Like, that whole idea was not from fucking World War II, pulling your bootstraps up. The whole idea of like that was like, oh guys, it's all about personal responsibility. That started in fucking pre-fascist countries in the fucking 1905-ish area. Like, that, it's a stupid thing. And anytime anyone on the left is like even like adheres to that at all, like living in a society where you pay taxes, where government can't fucking do these things for you, it's like you're already like giving them the win. It's stupid. We can literally just put the right people in power. They're like, we're almost winning the right places anyway. You can do these things.
Armand, I'm in Arizona, and that's a very valid perspective.
It's
very
like
valid.
The whole thing of like the force the vote thing, like trying to push for like, hey, if we can actually get this going, guys, like all the rural families, sell your fucking one car, we'll scrap it, we'll buy it off you, whatever. We're going to print more money. Those $1 trillion coins, I'll print 5 of them out, and we'll just do this. We put 2.7 trillion into the fucking stock market, back to back, disappeared like that. Like, we can do this. It's ridiculous to say that we can't do this while we're trying to get like revolution. Like, you need to have revolutionary thoughts, like, to get these people to get back, because otherwise it's literally like our society is like a Prime Kai fucking debate panel where it's like the right and the left are just yelling past each other, trying to stick to their definitions, and like, I win, you like blah blah blah. Like we're doing that with our politics and our policies. Like, we need like dramatic policy change, and you need to like, oh, this works. Like the economy was better due to those stimulus checks, and it's been proven now. They've done studies on this. Like, we gave everybody free money, right? Free money, quote unquote, and it's like that helped the economy. So it's like, how do you tell people who are like, hey, I still can't get a job because my industry is still kind of fucked from COVID, and they're like, sorry, no more free money, and you're like, it literally helped the entire country. Like, what is your argument, Joe Biden? Just do it again. Put your name on it like fucking Donald Trump did. Just do it. It's stupid. It's we're leaving so many potential voters that we could like get, like, just like they're just gonna we'll just vote the same way again.
I don't.
It's dumb.
I don't disagree with like your plan would probably get more people to vote. I think any kind of infrastructure bill would probably bring people to vote. There's ones that you can get more, but the more you practically help people, the more you're going to see the vote. But I think like if you need, and like you probably agree with me on this, those 30 like if we had everyone vote today, we would have way more Democratic people in office than we would have Republican, right? If everyone had to vote, not like other systems.
Oh, if everyone had to vote, yeah, like we have the numbers. We should be winning every time. We just don't.
So like,
Through legislation, through disinterest, through like the whole point of like, God, I'm going to sound like a broken record with fascism. The rise of fascism was literally like they targeted people on the left who were like they were scorned by politics. Like
I don't disagree.
and you hear that drum being beaten every day with like
And Lady
the corruption
Raincloud, I think
in
that
government. And,
Cars
like,
is a
when a
very,
leftist
very
is like, the
reductive
corruption in
idea.
government,
It's
the right's like, I think I can get that guy.
it's
Maybe not this
a
election,
small
but that guy, I'm gonna pull
tokenized
that guy
effort,
over who
if
said, like,
anything.
government is corrupt. Like, then make it not corrupt. Vote for the right people so it's not corrupt in whatever your mind is for being corrupt. Like, those are the people that are getting targeted and pulled and then like changing states, and like it's all about like conquer and divide in these small little sects that they can like stay in power, even though it's like 60-40, like our side, their side. They're still able to control shit 60-40 with us winning. We are idiots strategically.
and Lord Kelmar in the chat, that is something that we could probably prove, but that would be an entirely separate conversation to have. So like what you run into is my calculus on this is you need to go for the easiest possible thing to pass that will get the most people voting. Do you agree with that?
Are you talking to Kelmar or me?
I'm talking to you now. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to find what Kelmar said, and I didn't really hear you. Sorry.
He was saying that could you prove that more people would vote Democratic if everyone had to vote? And he was saying he doesn't know if I have that, and that would just be an entirely separate conversation. But
well, yeah, the new thing on their side is like don't tell polls anything. Be hidden in like the numbers, but like everybody poll wise, policy wise, not like what people say, but what people do policy wise. All of the things that we want all have 2/3 majority, like almost across the board.
So, and I don't think this is an open panel. I guess if someone else wants to jump on, they can. But you would agree with me that if we can do things to get more people voting, we will turn more seats Democrat, right? No matter what. Unless you're like incentivizing Republican areas, but pretty much if you get more people voting, more Democrat seats will start to fill up.
Yes, because there's more of us, and they've set up the roadblocks, and if we had less roadblocks, we would do better. And they know this, which is why they passed 666 laws to fucking make voting harder in the past like 3 or 4 months.
So should our immediate goal to this direct solution to be the easiest thing that we can do, that we can pass to the Republicans to get more people voting? That should be our immediate focus right now, right?
So I see where you're heading with this. I wasn't trying to say like your tax thing versus my car thing. Which one do we do today? Like, you know what I mean? Like, but like I'm talking about like how do we get them for like down the road future kind of stuff, and like, you know, at this 50-50 junction where we are, that's not, but I literally see at 50-50 junction, I see Republicans seeing that, like, if a Democrat puts that out there to try to get more voting, they see that and they know that and they're going to rail against it, and they're not going to just like I don't know how much the tax credit would be. Like if Joe Biden were based enough to be like, hey, it's going to be like $800 and $500 for every kid in your house. Like a lot of families might go for something like that. But then you're going to like, so what would the Republican response be? The Republican response is going to be fiscal responsibility. They're going to just like, you know, it's going to be a mix of things. That's the whole point of this. Their tactics.
It's a difference between just giving people money and doing tax breaks. I think what you would see, and I think you could make an argument for it, that Republicans are going to fight if we just gave people like $500 for like voting, right? Let's say we did that. I think that would be way harder to get passed is if we gave $500 in tax cuts.
Well, that's because people don't understand. Like they see the immediate and they're like, I'm going to Target and buying the fancy couch.
My calculus for like the immediate thing that I was just talking about with Jason before he hopped on is the thing that we need to get us on track as soon as possible is we need to just get more people voting no matter what we do. I think that, and that's why I like strictly support that. I'm not like against getting people any kind of money. I think we need people to have as much resources as possible. But for like an immediate correction to our system, I don't think the cars would be like the greatest thing. And I agree with you. It's more of a long-term thing, right?
It's long-term, but it's also not, because every other day we keep seeing like we're fucked. Like scientists are like, you know, headline is like scientists like we're fucked and we told you we've been fucked and we were going to be fucked if you didn't fix this shit 20 years ago and then 10 years ago and then 5 years ago and now it's today and guys we're still fucked. Like on that side of it, like yes, like when people are saying like we need to fix shit through like the carbon emissions thing, there was a study that dropped like 2 days ago that said like literally doing nothing, like just on the route we're going on right now, carbon emissions will be like dropped down to like the levels they're talking about in 15 years when Joe Biden is like, if we pass this bill, we'll get this down by 2050. And it's like 2050, dude, like the scientists said we're already in fucking trouble. Your bill that you're trying to get passed scientifically apparently does less good than literally like what we're currently just doing. Like the end goal of what we're doing in 15 years reaches what you're trying to achieve by 2050. That's like why it's fucking stupid. Like we need to do more than what like the centrists are literally just like, oh, we got it guys, the market will figure it out and blah 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 blah. Yeah, like it's just frustrating. So if it's like, okay, we need to do some bold shit, okay, we've got people like figuring out how to like, you know, use salt water and like turn it into drinking water. We've got people doing this, we got people doing this. It's still not enough. They're like, there's like a woman scientist who was figuring out she was figuring out these big awesome like hexagon ice cube things in like the Arctic to like remake ice. Did you see that article? That was fucking dope. She like drew plans and she's like, this is a thing to like make giant ice cubes and here's how you fucking do it. It looked fucking cool. But like, so people are trying to do like drastic things, but like right now with policy, when you see trillions of dollars disappearing in an instant in the stock market that the government gave the fucking stock market. They gave them. Here you go, 2.7 trillion disappears. Okay. The war in Afghanistan. How much did we spend on that over 20 years, guys? Anyone got the number on that?
Close to 3 trillion, I believe.
I thought it was 7 or 8.
Was it that
like
high?
7.8. I thought it was like 7.8 over like. You might be right.
Let's pull it.
But the idea of like all of this money being thrown at these stupid things that we could have, like, why are we here? Why are we doing this? Or why did we gave the stock market 2.7 and it disappeared and like they kept crashing. You know, it eventually fixed its, like the market did what it does. Right. You know, as we fixed shit, blah, blah, blah. We could be fixing the actual problems and we could be like mending bridges, like 140-year bridges of political discourse where it's like, hey, sorry, rural America. I know you've been like pummeled with propaganda and all this horrible shit. And we've also done a shitty job of actually like helping you out over this past like, 50, 60, 70 years. I'm sorry, we've really fucked you over. Here is an olive branch. We have a way of paying for this. We're going to put more money in the IRS so we can like actually tax like the 1% what they should be taxed. We can pay for these things. We can pay for these things. We can make people's lives better, and that's why you should be voting for us. And then when you have the right literally not being able to give you solid policy because that's their game, that is something that will start making people realize government doesn't have to be this scary fucking boogeyman. It could be the thing that helps people like rise up into just better living conditions. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I mean, like, because and you'll agree with me. Why is the reason that we were able to immediately spend money on the stock market and not on the American people?
What during pandemic?
Yeah. Why did we immediately help the stock market and not give out money to the people immediately?
That's not true.
I mean,
we gave money to the people and to the stock market at the same time.
What was the first thing?
Stock market first.
Yeah. There's a reason that we mainly concentrated on uplifting the stock market and not keeping people out of poverty.
I don't know if you remember it, but like they were literally trying to, like, the Republican Party was telling people after we gave the money and it disappeared, they were doing the whole like beginning of April. They were like,
wait, time out. It didn't disappear. It didn't go like under someone's bed or in a shoebox. Like you can track the markets. You can track where the money was spent. You can track the bonds we bought, like what the Federal Reserve bought in bonds. You can track all this. Like it didn't disappear.
All right, track it and show it to me because it fucking disappeared. 2.7 million just went down, and then the line kept going down.
Here's what happened.
People were like, "Oh, sweet, there's some money in here. We're gonna cash out now."
Stock buybacks.
Thanks for the free money. We're cashed out.
Yep, stock buybacks is what happened. That was the biggest. Exactly. That was the biggest culprit, was the stock buybacks. And that's when I think when Red's saying disappeared, he's referring to that because that's exactly what corporations did. They pocketed that money, and they didn't do a whole lot to benefit their employees with it. As a matter of fact, if you look, most of these companies got extremely wealthy off the pandemic. Like look at Amazon as an example. They were making hand over fist during the pandemic. So while it's true that smaller businesses suffered, the bigger industries, they used stock buybacks, they used other economic devices in order to further solidify their standing in the marketplace instead of giving back a little bit, which is what the purpose was.
And then the Republicans went to the airwaves to say, die for the economy. Remember that little wave in the end of March and beginning of April?
Crazy.
It was like die for yeah, it was fucking like, you're like, okay, die for the economy is their new thing. Like if you're 50 years old and you've had a good run, just get out there and get back to work so the economy can survive. Like what the fuck? Like actual politicians.
But yeah, go ahead.
Amazon is, I think, a poor example. They were gonna make a fuck ton, no matter like.
No.
Everyone was in there. Wait, they provide web services and then they provide shipping to people's homes. Where were people? Online and in their homes. That's like their profits were gonna soar no matter what. But some large retailers and businesses got really hurt. Airlines, brick and mortar stores, in-person restaurants. Like I know. So a lot of the industries were hurt. It wasn't.
Do you know why the airlines hurt though?
People weren't flying.
Besides not the obvious like no traveling thing. Right. The airlines had no money in their own accounts. Basically, they're always paying out their stockholders. So at the very beginning, when the airlines were like, the CEO of it was one of the biggest ones. The CEO of one of the biggest ones was like, if they're going to put these requirements for us to pay back any of this shit, then fuck you, we're not going to take any of your money. And then they're like, we're going to take your money anyway, thank you very much. And then they just paid their stockholders again. It was all about like the airlines, like there was talk about like, fuck them, like let's nationalize
Hey, Harry Mond, I'm a good socialist. Good socialists don't let anybody take their guns.
Because they don't have any money.
You obviously haven't heard of the Socialist Rifle Association.
They were just paying out stockholders instead of fixing the infrastructure, which caused that fire that burned fucking all that, like killed 82 people and blah, 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 blah.
All right. For the infrastructure thing, I wouldn't suggest a private company being involved in infrastructure, electric infrastructure, whatever, like utilities. That's crazy. But right. Texas is crazy.
Are you in Texas?
No. But
I'm in California, and we have that problem, even though we're supposedly like an awesome blue state. Like we have that problem with that company is all of California. We don't have an option, and they literally they have no money in their reserves. They just pay their stockholders constantly. And then when they found out like where the fire actually started, it was because they didn't fix their infrastructure for over a decade. And it was just like, yeah, guys, you were supposed to be fixing these things along as you went. And they're, they got a little fine and they're fine. No one cares.
So, that seems to be a problem as a natural monopoly, like that they're empowered by the state, and they like the state says you're the only ones who can hold this contract. You're the only ones that can provide this service. That's a natural monopoly. Those are bad. But to like the airport or airplane services companies, the airline service runs on like tight margins. They like it's a meme. Like the fastest way to become a millionaire is to be a billionaire who runs an airplane service. Like they don't make that great money. But like I'm 50-50 on stock buybacks because they can be useful and they can do good things, but they can also be used to like just inflate your stock price and keep yourself in place as the CEO. Like that can also happen. So
that's the main part of it. That's the main part.
What's like the disagreement that we have here?
I'm not sure. Check this out though. Check this out. The problem with the airlines. Okay, when was the last time you flew for like a vacation where you went somewhere in the country and stayed for like 3 to 5 days?
2018. I don't know, before COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. Okay, 2018. Probably the same with us with our family, like 2019 or something. The cost now for me with 2 little kids who don't get the free under 2 free ride. We spend more money on the airline tickets than wherever we're going to be spending money as tourists where we land in the 3 to 5 days. So part of that problem, it's it's basically for round trips for us. I grew up on the other side of the country. I live on the other side of the country. It's like $5,000 or $6,000 to just fly the family, like, and we go to a rural area where I'm from. We're not spending $5,000 or $6,000 in 3 days. I mean, we could if we wanted to just fucking like throw cash out the fucking limo and just like just. But like, the problem is, so we have like these airlines who are doing these like stock buybacks, and they literally have been bailed out multiple times for multiple reasons, and they've never quote unquote learned their lesson. They just keep doing give the shareholders as much money as possible because that's what keeps the CEOs in power. So why not nationalize the airlines? Why not have it be like, if like you could take them, fuck it. Like if Donald Trump was like suddenly like a far leftist, he'd be like, I'm taking the airlines and you can't stop me. And it's like it would get done. Like he just strong arms them like, hey guys, we're just taking it over. Like you've become big enough and you suck at your job. And you even said like, how do you become a millionaire, be a billionaire who owns an airline? Like you supposedly are losing money. Your shareholders are making a fuck ton of money. There's something wrong here. So we're just going to take that off your hands. We'll pay out the shareholders maybe to make you fuckers happy. And now we're going to nationalize the airlines. And we're all paying our taxes. And the people who normally can't fly and see parts of the country can suddenly like fly once a year and go see the fucking country, All
right. American Airlines stock in the last 5 years is down 61%. I don't think they're like doing great things for their stock people, but like my
so
response
you're proving my point then. Like let it go. Like just give it to the fucking guy. Like
all right, I might be in favor of a Amtrak type situation for local domestic flights within America. Like we all know what Amtrak is, right?
Yeah.
That's a bicycle company.
It's a semi, isn't it like semi-nationalized? Like I don't know,
yes.
government.
Yes, yes, it is.
All right, so I would be for that. Like that seems like a realistic. But like another competitor would have come into this market if like the prices could be cut, if there was massive amounts of profits to be made. Like another millionaire.
Yeah, they're called Frontier and they're terrible.
Yep.
Sorry. Keep going. Sorry.
I know, but we don't want to. I know we like. I think there's also Allegiant and Spirit.
Yep.
Yeah. Spirit's the other one I couldn't think of. Yes.
Yeah. They're dog shit. We don't want to fly on them. We choose to pay.
I fly Spirit.
I mean, but like people choose to fly Delta and like the nicer ones and first class for a reason. Like they want the better experience. I think if we go for it.
I just don't understand like where this disagreement is like coming from. It seems like we're not really having.
I was gonna ask where your line is then. If you're for the Amtrak idea of that, where is the line where you're suddenly defending like the plain CEOs and shareholders? Like why not just like take that? And I have a follow up for what you what your response is going to be. Expanding it to social media things. Go ahead.
I would be okay if like a private train transportation company wanted to come into America and start operations. That would be fine. Like they would have to compete against Amtrak. And just like if we were to nationalize the airlines, any other airlines in America would have to compete against that thing. So I don't like. And to answer your point specifically, like, oh, the CEOs are bad. I don't see them as bad. I could see them as making the wrong choices at times. And that you could say that's bad, but like that's the only thing we can do in life is make choices that we think are appropriate.
Most of those guys don't know what the fuck they're doing, right? They just kind of do something like they're not brilliant geniuses. Like
yes, they're not geniuses.
Wise grand decisions. Like Jeff Bezos is one degree separated from me. A friend of mine is Jeff Bezos' childhood best friend. Jeff Bezos literally just started an online bookstore in like the early the 90s. My mom started a website in Vermont that basically was Ticketmaster for like online shit. She just didn't fucking push it hard enough because she's like, tiny little town in Vermont. She was like, oh, this is a good idea. And I'm like 20 years later, I'm like, oh shit. She still has the website up. You can probably still go to it. I'll see if I can find it. But it's like literally just like, oh, is there a concert in Vermont? Oh, then you can like look it up and then you can buy a ticket directly and I'll put you in line with the people. And she had that idea in like 1996 in the beginning of the internet. And it's like, like it's literally like when something like the internet shows up, Jeff Bezos is like, I have a bookstore. It'd be nice if people could buy my books from the internet. And that was his idea. and it was a natural idea with the circumstances. And now we look at him and people like Elon Musk, who is an absolute fucking moron.
I was memeing earlier when I made fun of you.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, I was Sam Law.
Okay. Like every interview with that guy, he's talking to like Joe Rogan, and he's just like, I think that humanity will travel to different planets before we are through our story, and people are like, what a brilliant mind, what a genius. Like fuck him. He hasn't done anything. Like anyway, I just find like if we're good with like planes and like planes and trains should be like, we should have that as part of our infrastructure. If you are paying the taxes you're paying, that is something that like no matter like other like even the 1%, they don't pay taxes, but like everyone, the majority of the country is like, I pay my taxes and nothing happens. I got a pothole on my street. Imagine if you actually paid your taxes, what you're paying, and you're able to like take the family for 3 days, like, you know, from Texas to fucking Florida or wherever, because, and it's like paid for as like a, you know, like here's your coupon for, you know, being an American citizen who pays his taxes at what you're supposed to be paying. Here you go. It's like a frequent flyer miles thing, but like from the government. There's no reason why we can't do these things if we had the systems that funded it running properly. I know this sounds like I'm like a big utopia guy, but it's literally just like, hey guys, there's like billions of dollars being left out there that like the rich are just like hoarding and finding ways to like not pay what they're supposed to be paying. And then people are like, they shouldn't be paying because it helps the economy. And we fixed like no one like trickle down was proven to like not fucking work. So like, you know what I mean? Like
anyone who suggests trickle down economics is retarded, or they were born 100 years ago.
Sorry, like, hey, I'm a big fan of like Thomas Sowell. You're like, cool, all right, see you later. Like, this is gonna be a dumb conversation.
Really quick, Jason. I know we had talked about this a little bit earlier. Do you remember when I like a few weeks ago when I was talking about we should plan something on Wednesdays for like a post-prime like time to stream where we can get a bunch of people together every Wednesday?
Yeah, it looks like it's happening.
Look at the numbers you're pulling in while we're just doing this on average.
Dude, that's funny. It's funny, after he like left the panel tonight, I pulled in Valenci into my thing and put him in there for like a post like critique.
I
like,
saw
hey,
that.
How do you feel you did kind of a thing?
Did you see what Valenci said on the panel?
I saw what he said, but I also saw like the fanatic tactic of a character assassination with like his next 4 interactions with Valenci. Like what he always does, he just jumps to, well, this person is an absolute this and this and blah blah blah. Like he said it like 4 different times, and I was like, you didn't really respond. Like, did you understand like what he was saying? And he was like, English is my 3rd language, and sometimes when people yell at me in English, I don't really understand what's happening. He's like, that's why I didn't really respond. And then he's like, after I got off, I started like replaying shit back in my head, and I was like, dude, this is what we should be doing. We should literally just be like hopping in and having like a post thing in like the lounge, you know, like.
That's a good idea.
Hash out some of the stuff in like in an environment that's not just going to be like more shouting at each other.
All right, were you able to understand Valenci's point, his argument? Or
no, I came in halfway through. I was literally just like he was like when I came into it, because I was doing something else earlier, but like I come in, I was like, hey guys, let's check this out. What the fuck's happening? Something about religion and something about like that's where I kind of came in, and then I was just more focused on like fanatic trying to like take over with the shouting, and he loves swallowing that mic, man. Him and Infrared should do like a who can get the mic in the back of their tonsils first.
One of his best techniques, I think, is to repeat the word he's on or whatever thing he's on while he's being interrupted. Like if you're interrupted,
yes,
like
this, absolutely.
And this. I think that's funny.
That annoys me.
That's
panel with him. Holy fuck! That dude doesn't shut up when he does that.
I mean, that's going around in spades right now. I mean, like the biggest one was the Hans and Demon Mama doing the exact same thing to each other. Like the I'm gonna keep talking and I'm gonna keep talking. You know, you think you're gonna, but I'm gonna keep doing the. I'm gonna leave right now. I'm gonna keep talking, and then I'm gonna smile. And you fucking. I'm just gonna keep talking, and I was just like, oh, this is the dumbest thing ever. Like, this is why I don't like doing this shit. Nothing gets solved. Well, also, by the way, both of them didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. But anyway,
I just watched Demon Mama.
Oh, are you talking about
People
the
without
Hans
kids
and
having
yeah.
strong thoughts about how to raise kids from both sides. I love it.
No, but I
It's
did
not
just
like-
watch that Demon Mama and Hans thing that you were talking about, Jason.
Oh, did
I'll be
you?
watching on our next stream.
Yeah.
It
It was
was-
it was good. It was short and not sweet.
Spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know. Cooler heads need to prevail. I love going on what Red's doing right now because it's fun, you know, and it's jovial, and you do get to like talk about these issues, but it doesn't have to be like at each other's throats kind of blood sport kind of way. I mean, there's a time and a place for that. You can always do that. There's nothing wrong with, you know, having some variety, but it's good to have a break from that, you know, and just be able to like
Hans, you saw me, I was on his panel the other week, and I thought that was actually pretty good. Like, compared to, like, the Prime panels, I thought you actually handled that pretty well. From, like, a calm perspective, you know? It was boring, but it felt a lot better to be on fucking crazy.
He has like one good thing that the others don't do, where like if one of the debaters like asks another person like a pretty heavy question, I like that he's like, if you want, you can take some time to think about that response and we'll go back to you, instead of just like, I need an immediate response from you right now, because like that's not the way that like classical, like we all like to think like we're all like these classical debate people, but it's like you would literally just watch old black and white debates with like these brilliant minds, and it's like one guy talks for 15 minutes and then the other guy is going to like respond, you know, without typing on his Twitch channel like little stupid points as the guy's like, you know, talking and not listening. It's like, you know, James Baldwin. Watch James Baldwin debating. He's fucking great, and he's just like soaking it in, and then he comes back with like this like 20-minute eloquence that hits all the points and then some, and you're like, fuck, no one's doing that today. If someone could do that, they'd have like all the followers. Like that guy was fucking great. Anyway,
One of my greatest techniques or improvements when debating is you, like, write shit down or like write your argument out, because like it's really hard to listen to someone come up with a good attack and to think about what they're also saying next and to how you're gonna say it. It's like you're trying to do 5 things at once. It's just way better to.
thank you for the subscribe, Yurista. I'm gonna get this right.
I'm not opposed to that. I think it's just that you need to have better
Yurista.
shorthand, because I'm seeing like people like Destiny, and now Hans is doing the Destiny thing and typing it out, and they're typing out like, it's not like
I will get this
full-on,
right.
like, you know, grammatically correct sentences, but it's enough where I'm like, I've been texting like a few things while people talk to me, and I'm like, what? Oh, I think I got the gist of what you're saying, but I'm not really going to be able to like talk very like intelligently on it. I feel like it's that the text thing on the screen is performative, where it's like, are you really listening? Because when you come back to talking, I feel like you're missing half of the conversation, which was what was happening with like him and Joe Lewis for a little while with like, you know, the compulsory like education shit. Like come on, like that wasn't hard to figure out what you guys were like. Anyway,
I use the notepad whenever on panels because it can be a while before I get the chance to talk. But other than that, I think usually it can just be good to have the conversation.
I think
I use the notepad to communicate with other people and focus on the main thing. That's what I use it for.
I think one-on-one can be totally different. Like I can truly just focus on one person and one like idea. But like when you got a panel, like one person will say something crazy, then you'll have like 10 seconds of someone else is saying gibberish, and then someone else will say something crazy, and then they'll go to you. You're like, I got like 10 things to say, and you could only remember 2. And like being able to say your idea or your point elegantly and like coherently is really important, especially like coming across to other panelists and to the audience.
Also, Jason, you should thank the person that subbed to you.
I did.
Oh.
I just muted it so I didn't interrupt you guys. I'm being polite. I'm being polite. I want to keep the flow of the conversation going. You guys don't have to hear all that mess while you're...
Are you exhausted? Are you even doing this? How long have you been streaming for?
Oh,
6
me?
hours.
Yeah.
6 hours and 23 minutes, 57 seconds.
I just was gonna like hop on for an hour talk with Jason, and then it turned into I should have been streaming tonight. I was just gonna have a chat with Jason.
Yeah, everybody likes hanging out. It's fun. I like having you guys on too. Like, it's good spirited conversation about issues I think we all actually really care about.
Yeah, I like this conversation.
So,
oh, go ahead.
no, that's fine. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say the whole reason I was trying to do like what we're doing over here is because you watch like I started watching some of the stuff and I was like, oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is interesting. And like when I came across Prime's thing, I was like, this is fun. It's fun. There's people in the chat there that I'm like, oh, you see the same faces and you're like, hey, what's going on? And then you see the same people where you're like, they're literally just there, like just saying the dumbest shit, and you're like, okay, like I'm too old now, and I have like two little toddlers. I'm too exhausted 24/7 to like get upset about someone in chat like who's always doing the same thing that's like anti everything that I'm trying to stand for. But also, if you engage with them, they just hit you back with like anti-intellectual stupidity, and they seem to be proud of it. So I'm just like, all right. So like when there's like there's several people where I can only see them now in the chat from like replies to them. I'm just so happy. I see the replies to them, and I'm like, thank God I cut those people out of my life. Like it's the worst. So the idea with like the channel was going to be like people with the same ideas coming like even if we agree on something, the idea is to like agree in a different way to like strengthen it. It's almost like Fox News. When you watch Fox News, their whole idea is layers of the same message for the day but hit with different ways. Greg Gutfeld's stupid, not funny comedy is the same thing as Tucker Carlson's message, but wrapped in not the Tucker Carlson like propagandist, wannabe Joe like Goebbels kind of shit. It's like, hey, I'm a nighttime comedy guy, but he's doing the same fucking talking points, just wrapped in his stupidity. They do that with the morning show and like, hey guys, have your coffee, and we're gonna like blah blah blah. Like the idea is to like have like leftist ideas. And like, just like, even if you agree, it's like, find a way to make it interesting and entertaining while educational, et cetera, et cetera. So that was like the whole point of getting started with this shit. Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry.
We have a new person in the chat, Lady Raincloud.
Welcome.
What's up? Not to attack you, or I guess to attack some leftists, but do you think some leftists or extreme leftists fall into that same predicament where they're just repeating talking points that they've either heard or they've used over their time?
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm talking about extreme.
I think yes, and I think those are also the people that are easily flipped to the other side based on emotional responses.
The horseshoe theory.
It's literally like, yeah, like the fish hook, whatever you want to call it. It's literally like, you could call it like fucking like, Portal 2 if you want. There's literally reasons why people that seem like the Bernie bro people, like the ones who actually were like, I'm going to vote for Trump, were literally those same kinds of people where you're like, how the fuck did you vote for Trump? And it's like, there's literally like some sort of like emotional thing where like, I didn't get my way with this, so fuck them, I'm going to this. And it's a very human response, you know what I mean? And it happens all the time. And those are the ones, the people who are repeating the talking points are the most susceptible to being flipped.
I don't
like
think
those are the ones who are gonna like reach out for like Jimmy Dores and be like, yeah, like that kind of shit,
Well, that's not like really a left and right thing. That's kind of an everything thing. I know like the right started the NPC, like they have the joke where people on the left are just NPCs. But I would say every group will just have their talking points, especially when you have their talking points. You'll see libertarians do it. You'll see leftists do it. You'll see right people do it. You'll see centrists do it.
Wait, I think
yeah, but it's okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think it's having those talking points, and then you're having this conversation also in bad faith. Like a normal person who like is a leftist or a conservative will like, oh, I heard this data from Fox News, and they'll say it. But like you say a truer statement that's actually factual for either side, and those like normal people will actually consider it and like think on it and like approach it with like good faith. But like when you get to those extreme sides, or even libertarians, which all are extreme and stupid, when you get to those people,
all libertarianism leads to Mad Max.
Yes, when you get to those people, they will use the talking points, and if you say something like good or like reasonable, they will not engage and they will act bad faith in it.
I don't know if that's necessarily like a right and left thing though.
Would you define normal for me? Would you define what's normal?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
That's
when you
like
say normal person, does that mean
Wait, I hopefully didn't say normal person.
You did.
I should have probably said I probably should have said normal like political standing or political views.
That's what is
I mean, that's how I took it.
All right, I know I'm putting myself in another hole or box.
You
or
are. I mean, I'm a libertarian socialist, and
it's an easy box.
I
It's
mean,
an
you
easy
can say,
box
oh,
to get
no,
out
if
of.
you
You'll be
want,
all right.
but like, I'm also an indigenous person, so like, you know, a lot of my politics are from indigenous perspectives, specifically from Lakota Sioux perspectives, which are my people, are the Lakota Sioux. I'm supporting the Lakota Sioux. So, like, I have an issue, and this isn't directed at you, obviously. H9. Can I just call you 9? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Anything.
9? Cool. I
Fine.
have issues with people that have a very sort of white leftist leaning, where they sort of tend to eschew or ignore anything that is from indigenous or non-white leftists or non-white leftist cultures. Specifically, I've seen this again being indigenous. You know, people that are white will love to talk about ideals as though they came up with it first, instead of realizing that indigenous people have had these ideas for many hundreds of years, and you know, so that's something that tends to get on my nerves. But what I also don't like is making these generalist, extremely reductive positions on all these groups of people are X, Y, and Z just because you have an issue with the way that they think. Barring Nazis, Nazis suck, obviously. Period. All you know, no one's arguing that. But you know, and you know, we can argue like QAnoners and Trump people and stuff. Like the average person, the average American, is not somebody that I enjoy hearing other leftists say this person is just stupid because X, Y, and Z. Right? Like you don't know what they're going through. You don't know, like, have they been homeless? Have they dealt with extreme trauma? Have they, you know, dealt with food insecurity? Have they dealt with all these other things that are extremely important to trying to ascertain why they're voting the way that they're voting, which is one of the reasons I was running for office here locally, and I backed out of the race for family issues, but I'll be running for county commissioner next year instead. So, like, I think, and if you talk to people, if you're actually boots on the ground, politically active, and being an advocate, I've talked to voting Republicans that know that I'm trans, and just sit and ask them, what are your issues? I mean, you're living out here on farmland. What's your problem? And people are like, oh, well, you know, we don't have access to good telecommunications infrastructure. Or, hey, right to work is a big thing. Or, hey, you know, subsidies so I can run my farm and my family doesn't go broke. Like, sure, like these people might vote for Trump, but to just sort of dismiss them instantly and immediately the way Hillary Clinton did, for example, of they're all degenerates and they're all fucking stupid, is, you know, if the left is so fucking awesome, how come we lose so goddamn always? That's one of those reasons, in my opinion. So sorry for the super long-winded jumping straight into this, but I was having some issues with some of the things I was hearing and wanted to give a different perspective.
Rain, Cloud, I appreciate that perspective because it's one that we haven't been able to get on the panel yet, and it's important to get a diverse subsect because we're all trying to learn too, you know, like
Yeah.
I want to be a better representative, not a shitty one. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
And so I think it's important to like lend a stage to a diverse cadre of people so that we can understand each other better and we can find where that common ground is.
And if people feel like they disagree, they should hop on like you have done and voice their opinion like you have done.
Well, you know, people have called me a coward many, many times, but I had the guts to talk to Destiny and call him an asshole to his face. So, you know, here I am. I'm the crazy, opinionated, loudmouthed indigenous trans woman on Twitch that everybody hates. So, you know.
Hey, you called out Destiny. I'm not mad at you for that.
I got banned from Prime's panel for telling him that I thought it was stupid that he kept bringing all the right wingers on his panel, but you know, hey, whatever.
I think the first time I was on Prime's panel was the first time you came back, because I remember us having like a late night after hours, like till like 4 or 5 a.m. chat. Like I was like,
I was going through a lot.
Yeah. And then you and Eagle Eye started talking, trading the gun off. That was
the gun
you remember
off.
That?
No, I
you
don't.
guys were like, oh, you were like, all right, check out this one. He was like, oh, check out this one. You were like, oh, check out this one. Oh, check out this one. And I was like, wow.
I mean,
all right.
I'm far enough left.
I just haven't seen that many guns in like 25 years. I was like, that's a lot of guns. I feel like I'm back home as like a teenager.
I actually think, unlike your argument, which with all due respect, I really have issues with your car argument. I think it's kind of reductive and I'm not okay with it. But I actually think Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say that's totally fine. I understand it's not like a very. I haven't heard anyone else propose it. I just think that fascism is like one of my areas of expertise, and I'm trying to find ways to get people pulled back. Like you said, the right to work. The right to work thing is a fascist policy that started.
Right
in
to
Nazi
repair
Germany.
is what I meant. Sorry, too.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Right,
All right.
right to repair, not right to work. Right to repair.
You were like fuck Nazis, and then you were like right to work, and I was like, whoa.
If I said right to work, I didn't mean that. I meant right to repair.
Okay.
Which is a big thing here in rural Ohio, where people don't have the right to repair
Sure.
the farm equipment and stuff like that. Is what I was getting at. So if I said right to work, I did not mean that. I'm sorry.
I gotcha. Okay.
Well, you bring up a great point. Like I think a lot of people, I think in like city areas, saw the whole right to repair thing, and they're like, oh great, I can go get my Apple repaired anywhere. And it's like, no, like farm workers can now repair their own freaking tractors, and
It's huge.
that's massive. Yeah. That's how you give back to rural communities and give them something tangible. That's not the only way, because not everybody's a farmer or rancher, but that's a very tangible way to do something.
Was it Vox, or like Johnny Harris that did like a big like YouTube documentary series, like not series, but like video on like the right to repair and how it focused on the farming like sector?
Yeah.
Like they literally have like two broken things. It costs $20 for them to repair it, but to get like a tow truck to be out of work for 6 days and to take it to the garage and back, it would be like 30,000. Like, come on, that's just ridiculous.
Well, the other thing too is like some of the conversations I've had with people out in the county and talking to people too about like the way farming is, the way agriculture is, big agri, and how they have to fight big agribusiness and the whole right to repair thing and everything else that's been going on too. Is like sitting down and having conversations with people about alternate farming, and like not obviously treating them like they're stupid, but like talking to them from like also an economic perspective. Like I had a conversation with somebody about like the production of biodiesels and biofuels, and I said, well, what if you actually only had to take about 10 acres of your land, you've got about 50, and you could take that 10 acres and you could move it toward biodiesel production, and we would be talking about several thousand liters worth of biodiesel a year. You could use that to run about 50-60 vehicles. You could even sell it to like, and the profit margins for that are extremely really well done once you get past the initial investment. We have like these types of conversations where it's like trying to get leftist ideals in from a perspective that somebody that is an ultra capitalist, not ultra, but somebody that's locked into the capitalistic mode of thinking, the capitalistic paradigm, is gonna understand. And that's treating these people like they're human beings and treating them like, hey, the things that they care about, we care about. They have a family and they have children, and they just want their kids to grow up happy, and they want to put food on the table. But this thing is going on, and these evil Dems are like screwing with, my subsidies and things like that. And it's trying to, I think it's more important to engage with people on things that we're going to want, and that is renewable energies, and that is telecommunications infrastructure and community investment, and renewable fuels, and like alternate farming techniques like aquaculture and rotary aquaponics and hydroponics systems, and all these types of things, and sitting down and having conversations with people with the intent to educate from a perspective that, and this is why I don't like the previous arguments, from a perspective that's empathic. This is a human being. I want to treat them like a human being, and like I care about what they're going through. Now, of course, I'm not allowed to do that on Twitch, because that's the leftist sin, is to give a shit about emotion, apparently. And the other thing is, if I tell people, hey, actually care about other human beings, I'm just woke scolding and virtue signaling. So obviously, like on left Twitch, it doesn't fucking work. But when I'm sitting talking to people out in the real goddamn world, which, we're not changing the world here on Twitch, sorry to say. Like, even Destiny with his couple thousand people, there's 12 million people living in my state. 11 million of them have no idea who the fuck he is. He's not changing the world. When you're sitting in county talking to people about the things that matter to them, you would be surprised how far you can get with that emotional rhetoric, with that empathetic point of view that tries to treat them as human beings and sits down and goes, okay, what do you care about? I want to get more money in your pocket. How about that? Right? I hate capitalism. but I want to get more money in your pocket because right now that's the society we live in, and I want you to be able to send your kids to school. I want you to be able to have the right to take care of your own equipment. I want you to have good telecommunications infrastructure, good transportation infrastructure, no food deserts, like good electricity, all this stuff. I want you to be able to live a good and happy life. You should vote for me. And you'd be surprised, the amount of responses, really good responses from Republicans that are never blue that told me they would vote for me.
Hey, and I want to pose something.
Sure.
I want to pose something that came up in our chat from Jurista because we were talking about like the electric cars thing, and like the tax incentives to vote. Jurista, this was a while back earlier. She said in Spain in 2008, President Zapatero gave money to anyone who would have a baby. They would call it a baby check in order to increase the natality rate. The real intention behind this policy was to gain more conservative votes while the abortion laws were being contested in Congress. However, the populist Spanish right managed to turn it into a xenophobic campaign, implying that his government was catering to illegal immigrants. So what can happen with some of these gimmicks, even though good intentioned, even the voting, like the tax deduction for voting, like as soon as you tie something to voting, you're dealing with some very, very dangerous,
You are.
ideologies and what can foment from that. Backlash can be huge. You talk about a disincentive to trust the voting system. That would be it right there. So I think treading lightly around that. I do think that helping people with transportation is great. I think that through subsidies for energy efficient vehicles would be better and a good packaged part of a much broader build out. But yeah, I mean, sure, I think if you did it in the right way and did it with a subsidy and let people pick what they wanted.
Regional transport authorities, right? Regional transport authorities, rail, returning to rail. I mean, Japan, for example, where I spent some time, has one of the best rail networks in the world, one of the most advanced rail networks in the world, and getting around in Japan, everywhere we got was via railroad, taking trains and stuff to get everywhere. That was going from like Akihabara and Tokyo down to Odawara, and Odawara down south, and from Narita to Tokyo and all those other different places. And the same, like I wish it was a lot better down in Mexico, but when I spent some time down south in Turihuacan, in Mexico, like personal vehicles was a big thing, but even Mexico and Canada could stand to have a little bit more rail, in my opinion. I think like my big prescription as my view as a leftist is looking at realistic, full spectrum, sort of holistic views on how do we get to the end point from where we are now. And so when we're talking about energy, wind is not going to work everywhere. That's fine. Let's find a way to make it work where it's going to work, and let's put money and infrastructure into making it better. Solar is not going to work everywhere. That's great. People have a lot of issues with nuclear energy. People that have issues with nuclear energy are extremely uneducated when it comes to nuclear energy and don't realize just how safe and advanced nuclear generators have gotten, especially a lot of the newer designs like the Gen 3 thorium salt reactors, or those types of things that are moving forward.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I would like to really talk about nuclear reactors and why they have a bad connotation or
oh yeah,
bad
please.
view.
Yeah, you're gonna back me up, or do you think?
Yeah,
I'm
pro
pro-nuclear
energy. I would love I don't understand why.
Go ahead, Ed9. Go ahead.
Scary or no,
I'm
I'm kind of
on HBO and they think that's gonna happen. That's it. They're like, oh, remember that show on HBO, Chernobyl? That was dark as fuck.
But before that, it was still a problem. Did it?
I mean, obviously, we can look at the Bikini Atoll, and we can look at a lot of the nuclear accidents. We can look at the ways that we've handled nuclear energy and nuclear waste in the past, and then look at the ways that we're moving forward with, most of the new energy generation projects that are being done throughout the world that I'm sure H9 will bring up here in a minute. But we have reactors, for example, that use spent fuel to create more energy, and eventually that spent fuel becomes entirely inert and generates no radiation whatsoever, or at least the same amount of radiation you get from walking outside underneath the sun, universal background radiation. So like nuclear energy is the only thing that is really going to positively meet the energy demands of the world as we move forward while fighting climate change, alongside a renewable energy infrastructure plan that focuses on putting renewable energy where it's going to do the most good. That's my viewpoint on this, and I'm really curious what Nine has to say.
I totally see nuclear as the here and now only option to help us fight global warming on like a massive, like true scale. Like, yes, we can try to like emphasize electric cars, but we still have to power those cars and build those cars. So like, and nuclear energy, I forget like how it's described, but like it's constant and stronger, or somehow like I don't know, like wind and solar can like be like good, but like you still need a power. Like I forget, I watched a video on how they explained it, but like it's like stronger or more better. I fucking wish
I agree with you. I didn't want to say that my electric car thing was the end all be all to fix all the problems.
No,
like
I also wasn't saying.
I know you weren't saying that. I just wanted to put that out there. Like the problem with any of these issues is that it's like if anybody's ever been in a music production room and you see that like sliding, like the sliders with like there's 100 sliders in like a professional studio, every one of these issues has a thing where if I push it up all the way for this issue, like I need these other ones. So for like our energy stuff, it's like electric cars is like a little bit of this, but we actually need like nuclear energy like to do the brunt of the work while we transition to making the greener technologies more efficient, et cetera, et cetera. Like we have the way to do the heavy lifting over here while we improve this shit. Because like when we started with like the first like electric car, for instance, it was worse for the environment making the electric car. And then like, but that falls into like the, you know, the big oils, like, you know, language of like, guys, this isn't even helping anything. Oh, okay, then let's abandon it and move off. Like, fuck it, let's just keep doing what we're doing. That falls into like their favor. So like, it's like electric cars need to be this, and we need to have nuclear. And I forget which panel it was. I don't think it was Prime's. Some panel maybe 2 months ago actually had 2 nuclear scientists like on the fucking panel. Was that Prime? Did anyone see that? It was somebody's. It was like a leftist panel.
That must have been interesting.
Yeah.
It was great because he the one of the main guys, like the one who seemed to like be more senior between the two of them. One of them was like a younger guy. The other guy was like literally like the amount of energy that it would take to have you worry about a nuclear plant doing the thing that you're scared about would require a nuclear blast now.
Yes.
Like you would need an initial nuclear blast to do the thing you're worried about. In which case, there's no reason for you to be worried about that thing right now. Like, just take the nuclear energy.
To put it into perspective, right, the world energy consumption is about 23 billion kilowatt hours right now for the total energy consumption, let alone energy generation. And the most common type of nuclear reactors in use are what we call PWRs. These are pressurized water reactors. We have about 304 of them. Main countries people know is USA, France, Japan, Russia, China, etc. These produce 289 billion watts, I think, gigawatt, 289 gigawatts, I think. I can't remember the exact number. And they're using enriched UO2, so enriched uranium, right? And so their coolant and their moderator is water. A lot of people are trying to push toward advanced gas-cooled reactors, which using graphite, or what we call thorium salt, molten salt reactors, or LWGRs, which are the light water graphite reactors, which use graphite as their moderator, and enriched uranium as their fuel, and things like that. And then you get like the fast neutron reactors, which there's only 2 in the world, which run off of liquid sodium with no moderator whatsoever. And they use PuO2 and UO2. So, like, there's a lot of interesting stuff when you delve into nuclear energy. But at the end of the day, it's not a plop a nuclear plant down here and our energy needs are met. It's a plop a nuclear plant down here and plop a solar plant over here and plop geothermal over here and tidal here and wind over here. And that's what a lot of people, I think, on the left and even on the right, centrists, whatever, people, when they talk about climate change, they don't realize that, like, look, like you said, right? There's no one slider that's going to fix everything. Like you said, being in the music studio, I don't know anything about that. I've been in them. I've watched people and been like, wow, that's a lot of fucking sliders. Holy shit, what's going on? But one thing I've noticed is when you move some sliders, the other ones tend to kind of move on their own sometimes. Like it's weird. Like
No, yeah, they're programmed. So like, if I'm pushing this thing, a couple of them are going to be programmed sometimes to like move here because that's what you're going to want those to move that way, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And you can fight them and you can move things, but like in politics, some of those sliders are going to be something negative. So like,
Yes.
we're going to try to help this thing over here. Some of these negative things might slide up a little bit. Do we wait? How do we outweigh? Like, which ones do we
Yes.
want to do? Well, it's not going to be just this one positive thing that we're pushing forward. We're going to do this and some of these things that are positive, and then we're going to have this problem, and then we're going to have to slide some things to fix those problems and those things. And it's like, so when we get to just like one issue and we go this yes or no, ones and zeros, black and white,
Doesn't work that
yes
way,
or
right?
like
Yeah.
that, right? Like when there's no more nuance to the discussion, it's
Not
it's
to mention,
worthless.
so,
And then
like,
I just
sorry, go
I
ahead.
start playing video games and leave the
Yeah.
the
We tend to
online
zone
debate
out,
on
right?
Twitch.
Because the other thing too is nuclear is extremely expensive. So building a new nuclear energy plant, we've got one going up here in the U.S. It's like a $36 billion project. And again, you've got the issue too with land rights, for example, which crops up. Which I love that music analogy because, like, okay, well, we've moved the slider to get the reactor built, but we now have the other slider that says the people that own the land near it for all the infrastructure are not willing to sell it to us. Now what do we do? Well, I guess we take it from them because America, like eminent domain, like, but wait a minute, a lot of that's also farmland too. So what are you doing to the local food supply and like all of these things? And I just wish when leftists got together to talk, we would all just sort of sit back and realize just how important it is to have that sort of meta level analysis of everything. People like to talk about things like they exist in a vacuum. And I'm going to steal that music analogy from you. I really am. I hope that's okay. I don't know how the fuck it works, but I'm going to steal it because I'm an idiot. So I have no idea how that works, but I really wish people would realize that a lot of these conversations cannot be had in the vacuum people want them to have, where it's just like, hey, let's talk about energy. Okay, renewable and land and transmission and infrastructure and nuclear and like pollution and like, okay, we can't have this conversation the way you want us to have it. Sorry, like you can't. That's my rant there. Sorry.
Well, I think you bring an interesting point. And something I try to talk about a lot is like everything that we look at, we've got to be able to take a practical approach to it and realize that there's a human aspect to all of this. And even if there's people that don't disagree with us politically, like, I mean, they're still a part of our country. We still should, have care about people. Generally speaking, we should care about people anyways, And I think you're right in that approach of, sit down and talk with people a little bit. Just have the conversation. And that's been a point that I've been trying to get across to some people as well, because the times that I've been able to sit down with people just like you're talking about, and I take the political party out of it and I just say, here is this policy. This is what this will do for you. Would you like this policy? Yeah. Yeah, I like that policy.
If they no, then you kind of lost them regardless, right?
Well,
Like,
that's how the better polls are being asked now. They'll just like ask like, hey, this thing, yes, that sounds good. And it's like 67%, 69%, 63%. Like I forget which one it was, but the stricter gun laws is the lowest of like the major ones, but it's still the majority. I think it's like 53% said like, the last time, like last year, like, yeah, stricter gun laws would be great because the people who are like, we don't need stricter gun laws just fall under the nebulous, like we need stronger, like it's mental health, when we still are figuring out mental health as a fucking study. Like it's still being figured out. Like Kathleen Taylor has written a bunch of books on like brainwashing and how the brain works and mental health issues, and not in a pejorative sense, like in a very like clinical way. And like she's even like, this is still like uncharted territory for us. Like the things that we know now versus 20 years ago are completely different. And in 20 years, we're going to know way much more. But like right now, like for guns, for instance, like just saying like, I think it's about mental health. Okay. That is an open nebulous thing with no policy. How do you write up a policy to figure out mental health for like, you know, an entire society of 340 million people? You can't. So it's like, it's just an issue that will just be an ongoing thing. Stuff like that is like the problem when we just like, oh, I think we should do this with gun control. Okay, the other side says, okay, it's a mental health issue. It's not a gun thing. Okay, well, we don't know anything really about mental health, so I guess you win for the next 20 years.
I mean,
we can't identify the issues and go, hey, that guy who shot a school in Tennessee today, we knew it was coming because of these things. Like it comes out later where you go, oh, we saw his thing on social media. That seemed like a thing, or oh, he wrote like a manifesto and we found that later. Like there's no way to like pre-subscribe like the issues that like lead up to these things. It's just like this like vague like we can't deal with it, so fuck it. Like there's too much of that.
it feels
That was
like
a
it
weird side
happens.
tangent.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that was a weird side tangent. I had something else, but
Well, I still think you're right. I still think you're right because like even in the gun situation, right? Like in the United States of America, we've had 32,603 gun deaths this year. 17,622 of them have been suicides. 14,981 of them have been everything else. That includes 1,500 unintentional shootings. That includes 942 defensive uses. That includes law enforcement officers being shot and killed and killing other people. So, like, hey, gun violence. The larger majority of gun violence is suicides. So, hey, that is a mental health issue, but so is people being fucking stupid and shooting themselves and not being educated properly in firearms use. And hey, there's yeah, like good guy with a gun, sure, 942 uses of good guy with a gun out of 33,000 people killed with guns this year. Sure, fine. Good guy with a gun. Yeah, whatever. That's such a rare thing as to be almost utterly meaningless comparatively to the, you know, fact that police killed 661 people this year. So like, hey, whatever. It's just like we were talking about with energy. It's like this multi-spectrum situation in which it's education, it's police brutality, it's, you know, like mental health. You know, why are so many people killing themselves? Well, lots of reasons, and how do we fix that? And it's just like you see this happen all the time with like single issue people that are on the right. Like they want to, oh well, it's just mental health. Really? Then what about the unintentional shootings where people like literally more people shot themselves accidentally this year than shot somebody else in a defensive setting that was ruled by the court to be a defensive justified shooting. So you're going to tell me that good guy with a gun happening less than some idiot shooting themselves in the thigh when they go to pretend they're a cowboy because they haven't been educated with a firearm is like these two things are meaningless. Like it's just this one thing. It frustrates the shit out of me when we have these conversations and people just they narrow line focus on one thing.
If you don't mind me asking real quick, because I guess this was you brought up a little bit. I'm turning back a little bit. You said that Jason said this too, that my specific like tax break thing, which is a bit like Jason called it a little bit reductive as well because it isn't taking the full picture. Could you elaborate on what you meant by that? Because I'm interested in like criticisms of my specific policies.
Me?
Well, Jason, or you or Jason? 'Cause I was actually,
Not to cut anyone off, I just got to say good night. And thank you, Jason, for having me on.
Yeah, anytime, man. You're always welcome.
I was curious about you specifically as well because I wasn't sure how angry you were with my like specific position because you said that we weren't taking like the best approach, and I was going to ask you if you were specifically referring to the car thing or if you were also referring to me as well.
Go ahead, Jason. Sorry, it's your house. My bad.
Oh, that's all right. I since you directed a
I
little
don't
bit
want
of
to
that.
talk any enough. I'm just gonna say hi. I'm from Spain, and I'm really interested on your talk. Especially, I don't remember your name. When you said your points about firearms and mental diseases. In Europe, we have social security services for mental health, and they cover these kind of red flags that we see early in childhood and teenage years, where you are especially set apart of your class and do kind of special activities in order to see and tackle whatever you're dealing with in your house, especially victims of abuse, victims of people who are marginalized and who usually are the people who end up in this kind of mental situations. So yes, of course, we don't have the policies about arms that you have in the US, but we also have a way to prevent that. If you have any historic, I don't know, say a story of medical, how do you say that in English? I'm sorry, my English is not really good, guys. Um, um, if you have any sort of mental issue, you're not allowed to carry guns or even go near arms store. So that's the thing that we keep. The social security might be not effective every time, but it just serves to as a data or a record to tackle people who might have issues in the future and that should be prevented near any dangerous situation. So that might be the difference that I see in our system and in yours. I'm not saying it's better because we don't really tackle those mental issues. We just label them and we pointed them and we accumulate information about people, which is something that I guess not everyone in America is okay with, that the government has that amount of information about you, but I don't know if I'm going through a tangent.
No, that's fine.
Fine.
Appreciate it. And yeah, I do. I think that the U.S. I think if the U.S. would actually build up our mental health services as best as we possibly can. I know it's not a perfect science. We're still in very, very early on in our understanding of mental health, but I think investing heavily in that, in actually treatment, understanding, R&D, I think those things are really important to answer a lot of those questions. Where it comes to guns, like, yeah, sure, it concerns me with somebody like that getting their hands on them. I don't necessarily favor having guns taken from me either, because I also don't trust the robber barons that, I'm a good socialist that way.
Come all the way to the left, you get your guns back.
That's right. That's right. So I do think people should be able to have them. Do I think there should be some kind of background checks, something? Yeah, probably. What that looks like, I don't even know how to, honestly, I don't even know how to approach that. But I think a lot of shootings can be, at least like these mass shootings, these things that we keep running into, can be helped, through creating better mental health care programs and better outreach programs for people. And it doesn't necessarily have to be to take your guns away. It could just be like, let's just be better to our populace.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Red?
Part of the problem over here, I don't know how it is in Spain with your different parties, but part of the problem here is that one party is okay to be hypocritical while reaching out for emotions and saying things like the obvious, like, yes, it's a mental health issue, and people go, yeah, I feel better about being my super pro gun person. I don't have mental health problems, and they're talking about other people. Like the whole appeal to emotion with the right in our country. The right in our country typically does not actually, if you engage with them in actual policy, they will pivot immediately. If you ask a right-wing politician, you'll see it all the time. They'll be asked about a policy question, and the quick pivot is whatever state they're in, whatever their strength is, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or even someone who's not as fucking wacko as her. Mental health, and I just said wacko. Cancel me.
Cancel.
Canceled. They pivot immediately to something to appeal to emotion, to avoid talking about policy, to a T, across the board. It doesn't matter if it's an old 80-year-old Republican who's been in office for 30 years, or it's one of the new young QAnon
Yeah, identity
people
politics are, I think, in Spain too. They appeal to emotion, and they use the civil war all the time just to move the right or the wing whenever they want, and it's basically our daily lives. So. Yeah.
So the next thing I was going to add to that with our fun little thing, I don't know if you have this over here, which is what I was going to try to get to, is the states' rights. They hide behind mental health and states' rights. So we do have some policies with like, some states have, if you beat your spouse, you're not supposed to be able to have a gun. Some states actually go against that. Like, that goes against your constitutional rights. And that is just an appeal to emotion, mythic past, whatever you want to do. It's just like the way to get your base to stay with you, even though your optics and your rhetoric could look and sound like shit. It's a way to keep your base frenzied to keep backing you. And that's what happens in our country all the time. Anytime we have, I think the worst was the elementary school shooting, like 6-year-olds getting mowed down, and a terrifying number of our country was just like, no, you cannot. This is the power grab that the left's trying to do. And you're like, what? Like, how about we try to like just give a little bit more regulate the laws a little bit more, a little bit stricter, to try to keep this happening less often. That kind of a thing. And there's just so many barriers in our country with states' rights, which is we can get into what fucking states' rights is. It's just a throwback to like, slavery, certain powers and power, whatever.
Do you think it would be solved with a more centralized government that that regulates these kind of things?
That'll never happen here, no.
No, that'll never happen.
Well, I mean, in Spain we have a lot of problems with regions that want to be their own independent country, and they already have competences in education or taxes, certain taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a huge debate because no one wants European country to balkanize. We have a lot of problems with the war of Kosovo, with Croatia, with Bosnia. So politics are afraid of small regions taking power and taking their own laws. And that's for me, yeah. I mean, I hate the way that nationalism in Spain is we are one and everyone should be doing the same things, abiding by the same laws. But at the same time, I see the good aspects of having a centralized government that sometimes says what it's right, it's wrong. It might be sometimes colonializing because some cultures are overlooked. And for example, I'm from the south of Spain, and whenever the central government makes rules or policies, I feel like we are overlooked and we are not paid attention. And especially more richer areas like Madrid or Barcelona or Catalonia have more benefits from it. But when it comes for things like security or health or things like that, I think it should be universal. It should be a law that everyone in the same country abides, because it would just simplify many things that I see you guys have in the States with this federalism, which I envy, and at the same time I feel like it's a sword of double. How do you say that?
Sword.
Double-edged sword.
Yes. Yes.
I like the idea of that.
Jason's gonna get. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I like the idea of that. I do. And I wish that on a centralized level we could do it. It's just our country is so divided on this specific issue, and because of the power that and because of the power that the states have individually, it's so hard to try to mandate anything like this, much less get the states to enforce it.
Yeah, I guess that. That's a good thing you have, guys. Like, you claim whatever your culture is, and you have multiculturalism so embedded on your DNA that it's quite what makes you so influential to other parts of the world. I mean, I can see how our politics have been influenced by your politics. Like, we have a really populist right-wing party that imitates Trump's discourse every single time, and it works. And on the contrary, whatever that comes from the left doesn't has as much strength as it has with the right. I don't know why, but whatever progressive leftist ideas that you have in the state, that's something to look down on or to make fun of, as contrary to whatever the right or the populist nationalists say in the States. Because every time you put your flag out in a movie or whatever, it's seen as something that we should be doing, because most of European countries use their flag as a nationalist and right-wing symbol. And I wish the left would take those symbols away from the right, because I want to feel part of my country. And I think that's a great thing that United States do, that sometimes, I don't know, maybe I'm going...
Well, from an American perspective, an indigenous American perspective, I should clarify that. Even indigenous Americans like myself, First Nations people, we still do kind of believe in the concepts of like patriotism, right? In no, don't tell us to go to another country because we're upset with this one. We want to make this one better for everyone that lives in it and wants to come and live in it. And we have seen some periods, I would think, even, and you could speak about this, even in Europe, where some forms of nationalism have been used to fight right-wing takeovers and fascist takeovers and things like that. But nationalism, from my perspective, is always just not okay. And that comes from, again, growing up in a country that tells me and everyone like me that we're not welcome in our own land, and no, we don't care that you're dying. Because racism and is like really, really, really bad here in the United States, especially when it comes to indigenous peoples, because like we get told to go home all the time. It's like, well, actually, fucker, we were here first. You stole it from us. So
actually, we did. Spain did.
well, yeah, that's true. I just didn't want to go there.
That's true, and I think you think the United States is racist, but you have never been to like deep Spain. I come from a really rural area, and you wouldn't never see like a black person or a South American person working in a bank or even a supermarket. They are or home aid. They are doing the jobs that no one wants to do, and especially with Arab countries in my region, they're especially racist against Arabs because we are all the same. Actually, I come from like the really, really the south, and we have really similar cultures, but we have so much hatred against each other that it just seems stupid, from a person with a more progressive way of thinking, right? But it's just, I think it's embedded in our European system that we think we are not the United States, that we are more open-minded, that we have social security and we have certain things. But at the end of the day, we are even more racist than you are guys there. I don't know about deep America, but when I went there, I saw a really huge multiculturalism in a general form that I don't see in most of Spain. I see it in big cities like Madrid or Barcelona, but nowhere else. Not even in like medium-sized cities. It's not the same if you go to the Netherlands or to Germany or to Belgium. But if you come to the southern part of Europe, like Italy, Greece, Portugal, even Ireland, we are quite racist. Yes, in a bigger, more subtle way than I think you are in the States. Yeah, that's my point.
Challenge accepted. Let's break this one down. America, we win this one. Come on.
Señora es la cana.
I was just going to say that some of the things you're talking about with like Spain and how they like some of the far right are copying America, especially in the last 4 or 5 years. That's happening all over the world now. If you go to Switzerland and look at their political parties, the fastest growing political party is literally just copying Trumpism, but like applying it to like what they care about. Like that's part of like how fascism works. Like if you if you look at like Mussolini's version of fascism and you tell like Germans who are into fascism, like, if you told Italian fascists back in like 1919, it was all about like Nordic blonde people, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't give a shit about that stuff. That doesn't appeal to their direct emotional thing that appealed to like the Germans. With Trumpism, it was, the elites are corrupt, blah, blah, blah. The uniforms are the red hats instead of the shirts, et cetera, et cetera. You apply different things. And the problem is that like, it can come from, they plant themselves in the left, they plant themselves from the right, and then they feed off emotion and get the people, and they just funnel them in a certain way. And it's happening all over the world. We went from Lula in Brazil to Bolsonaro. We went with like the Bernie Sanders of Brazil to the like Bolsonaro's fascism. India, like Modi is terrible. What's her fucking name? She just went hardcore the other day. Tulsi Gabbard is just like the mask is off. She's given up on pretending to be a leftist. She's like, I was planted over here as long as I could, guys. I'm just mask off. Here we go. Like she went full far right talking points, and just like that's what happens, and it's happening because it's so easy to be a popular opinion. You don't have to be tied down to anything. Hypocrisy doesn't mean anything to these people. You literally just
Thanks for the follow,
just
Mark
gotta block this
Abuse.
fucking moron in your chat. This fucking stupid fuck.
Not even looking at the chat.
I had it blocked the whole time, and I just like looked to see this like the dumbest person I've come across in a long time here. Hold on.
I've not.
Fuck
I
that.
don't have chat open.
Chat's the worst. This guy's fucking.
I have somebody
just
following me
right
around.
wing talking point stupid
Oh.
fucking stuff he's saying all night.
Gotcha.
He's gone. Fuck you, you fucking idiot. Sorry, Jace. I didn't mean to yell at your peeps.
No, these folks just dropped in, man.
It's
I
muted
don't
pro streamer moment.
Yeah, I just yeah. If you can't
These
see
are
Bolsonaro's fascism,
these
put
are
it in
all new
quotes.
folks, so they just popped in. So
Okay, all right. I don't feel bad anymore.
do-
If you can't see like Bolsonaro's fascism, you don't understand what the fucking word even like remotely close to possibly maybe meaning is. Like you're just a clueless fucking twat, and just like I love that word. I'm not giving that word up. I'm sorry.
I do. Again, maybe this is just my perspective, being different. I do actually want to go back to what Cena had asked for earlier, but just to say right now, both from a spiritual standpoint and a political standpoint, from multiple standpoints, I get really uncomfortable and really concerned when we start talking about what the right is doing in regards to emotional manipulation and emotional rhetoric, and then sort of insinuating that as the left we should not also do that, or we can't do that. Obviously we shouldn't manipulate people, but we can't talk. This is one of the things I've noticed on like every panel I've ever been on is like emotion is bad. Just do logic,
No.
bro.
That's the sliding scale that I'm talking about earlier with like the little music like production panel. It's the emotion for them is like their main thing where they can disavow all policy. They just go emotion. You ignore facts. You pivot immediately to emotion. It doesn't matter. So like if you look at like Ron DeSantis in Florida, you look at Jim Abbott in Texas, they're literally ignoring all of the actual intellectual, like scientific medical advice across the board, and literally just pivoting to like, our state's doing this and we're great and blah, blah. Yeah, we're doing this and we're awesome. It's like you literally just like toss away the things. And if you literally only appeal to emotion, there's nothing wrong with appealing to emotion. When you said that earlier, I was like, oh, that's a red flag. I disagree. Like the left has empathy. They do care about emotion sometimes, but like literally just like if it's only about emotion to ignore actual policy and how things affect people, that's
you're a
the
woman or
problem.
a minority in Twitch politics and you get emotional, and then then the left doesn't give a shit about it.
You ladies are the only ones who get emotional. I've never seen a man yell on Twitch politics ever. We're always just straight laced, ice cold,
yeah.
straight policy assassins. We never get upset ever.
Yeah, well.
Why would we get
sexism
upset?
This panel, on this, not this panel. Sexism on Twitch exists. Anyway.
Oh
so
yes.
Sage, I wanted to go back to what you were talking about.
With me specifically?
Yeah, you had asked for feedback, and we kind of didn't get a chance to get to that.
Yeah, I was just curious because like that's what I guess I was on here for, because like I think one of the most immediate things that we can do, because like I'm sure you'd agree with me that the hard thing that we need right now is we just need more people voting.
Yeah.
I think that
What was your prescription earlier? I'm just curious.
I think,
Reiterate.
I'm open to like other perspectives, but I think the most immediate thing that we can do to get back on track is to do some kind of a tax cut system for people who vote. I think
I don't think
as an immediate fix, there's other ones that I'm open to. I very much like the idea of making voting a national holiday. I'm not sure which one would be able to get the fastest.
So my feedback on this is 2020 was the largest election in American history, both in terms of percentage of the country that turned out and actual population, right? And so when we're talking, when people are like, oh, well, there were larger turnouts when there was less than 10 million people living here. Yeah, okay, shut up. We're talking about 312 million people living in this country, and like 80% of the country turns out to vote. It probably wasn't 80%, but you get my meaning. Like it was already the largest election in history, meaning that even the presidential candidate that lost, have to give it to Trump. I wish to gods they didn't. Got more votes than any other defeated
Agreed,
president
Marco.
in American history. So this is my prescription of how do I put this? And I don't want to prescribe things to you that you obviously don't believe, but I call this leftist fear-mongering. It's this, we have to do something and tackle a problem that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. We've already gotten people out voting in record numbers, and we've kept that momentum. And in large majorities, large sections of the country, people have been sort of vitalized to go out and to go vote. However, voter suppression laws and gerrymandering issues in the courts and making voting so that people can actually go vote instead of, having to go to work, and also like shutting school down for the day too, so the parents can take their kids with them and go vote. These are all much more realistic, more tangible things than talking about like a tax cut to go vote. Australia, where I spent 6 months. My wife's Australian. She came over here and got her citizenship. We both regret it. We want to go back to Australia, but South Australia specifically. Australia has compulsory voting, and the fine's $50, and you get a freedom sausage. You get to go out. They have like barbecues all over the fucking place. I'm not kidding. When they go out to vote,
It's the most Australian voting thing I've ever heard.
It is.
Everybody.
It's like they go out.
the-
It's a freedom sausage. And it's hilarious because they go out and they feed people. And this is the thing we see in places, right, where they literally here in Ohio made it illegal to hand people water that were standing in line to vote. And you're going to tell me that the thing that we need to focus on is tax cuts for people that show up to vote. I'm sorry, but can we focus on the fact that, and I don't mean to be condescending here, but this was like why I was pushing back on you and RT earlier. I have to shorten your name because dyslexia. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Redolent, right? Redolent thought?
That works.
Does RT work for you?
Whatever you want.
Cool,
I got you.
awesome.
I'm the only RT in here.
Cool. Is like this is why I was like, wait a minute, these things are extremely reductive. You're off in left field here. Let's come back to stuff that we can actually focus on. Like if say miraculously I somehow managed to win running for county commissioner next year, which I fucking doubt it. I'm trans and openly so here in Ohio. I mean, good luck to me. Thankfully, Dayton is extremely Democratic. And I am running on the Democratic ticket because I have a fellowship with the Ohio Democratic Party, and they agreed to help me run on the ticket. So it is what it is. And running as an independent as Ohio is a lost cause, trust me. In 2020, 2.3% of the state voted independent. There's no way to win as an independent in this county where I'm at. It's a strategic decision that I'm making to run blue before anybody jumps at me for being a leftist and running with the evil Democrats.
Oh no, nobody's a Jimmy Dore in here, I don't think.
Yeah, well, he's like, oh, God, I fucking hate that man. I hate Jimmy Dore so much. He's a sexist piece of shit. Anyway, tell us what you really think, Kara. Anyway, so like, I think the problem here is you're focusing on the wrong things. And forgive me for saying this, but as a marginalized individual in this country, being trans and native, these thought processes tend to come from positions of privilege. And I have privilege even as a marginalized individual. I hate that we use privilege to bludgeon people instead of trying to educate people. I am white passing indigenous, so I don't have to worry about what my fellows that aren't white passing do. That's a privilege I have. But these positions of thought tend to come from not well thought out, in my opinion, positions based on like fears and concerns and sort of positions of privilege, and where you're not understanding, wait a minute, why aren't I focusing on running for local office and advocating so that it's not literally an arrestable offense that you spend the night in jail for because you're a volunteer handing people that have been standing in line for 6 hours water?
Well,
why can't we focus on that? That's my response, my critique to the positions that you were going on, things that have immediate, tangible effect when we get people in office and run for these things to fight these local bills, because the local government affects you more than the federal government does, and even more than the state government does. And so, like, if I can't even hand somebody water, that's literally like in the middle of, like, I'm a former U.S. Navy medical professional, like watching somebody have fucking heat stroke, and I can't do anything about it. because the state says it's illegal to, like, what do they call it? They basically said it was akin to, you know, when people come knock on your door to sell you stuff. What do we call that?
Yeah.
Soliciting?
Soliciting. Yes, there you go. Soliciting. Sorry, sometimes even like I grew up learning more than one language too, so sometimes I can't even
I get
remember.
the struggle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
I've blanked
struggle.
on like 3 words tonight. I was just like, what is the?
So like these are the things that I'm talking about in when you ask for this types of criticism, why, like, I'm not trying to attack you, I'm just trying to say, hey, wait a minute. Maybe take a step back, look at the things that are the most important fixes, the things that are the immediate roadblocks. You know, hey,
Right.
can we make it a local holiday? Because to hell with the federal government if we don't have to wait. Can we have the city make it a local holiday for the city and shut the schools down if we get the school board on side, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, can we have it at the county level? Can we push it up to state legislature? Can we make it so that you can actually, I don't know, give food and water to people that are standing in line? Can we make it so that places open up earlier? Can we make it so that, like, all of these things are so much more important, I'm sorry, than the things you guys were talking about? Like, they just are.
I disagree on the strategic stuff that you're talking about, because the problem is that we are not. It's literally the best thing that Trump ever did for us was actually start showing the country how the inner workings of government actually happen, how they actually work. When we don't go out and vote for those local things, and then we go, well, wait, what? Our town is like against this, like just like across the board. We have this at like city levels, state levels, so on and so forth. Like when like Devin Nunes is like winning a seat in our state, we're like, what the fuck? How is that even possible? And then you see like that kind of thing has been happening because of. Well, you hate Jimmy Dore. Beyond his sexism, his goal is to make the left dumber. That's like his literal goal. Newt Gingrich's job was to make elected officials dumber. They have less time to read bills, to the point where it's like, here's the 400-page bill. You have like half a day to read it before we take it to a vote. And then you have to like, you're not going to see all the shit that gets slid in there. Like we as a whole, as our country, we didn't seem to get the whole, oh shit, judges were really important. Hey, Obama, when you were president, you could have been filling all these empty seats, but it was kind of like, whatever. And like, he only had like a couple years to do it, and then like it got shut off. And then you're like, okay, like I was saying earlier, if Larry Elder actually pulled it off and became governor, if what's her name, Dianne Feinstein, if Dianne Feinstein died, she's like in her 80s. If she died between now and the end of 2003. Larry Elder would give Mitch McConnell back the Senate, because the way that works, he gets to just pick anyone he wants to put in there. And like, no one seems to understand that these machinations of like the government are like how things work. So it's like, oh shit, I need to go out and vote. And that's why you saw the turnout that we had, where you had all these votes. It was like, oh shit, I actually need to go out and do these things, or I'm going to be complaining about the shit that isn't getting done because I wasn't a part of this, like, we want as a society to go this way, which is what voting was supposed to be from the beginning, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, what you're saying is like, yes, that's very important. But like, all of these other things are also important on different levels, because we need all of these things to move as a whole. And if we can just educate our base, like, this is what needs to happen. Don't get angry over AOC's dress and decide you're going to vote for the right for the first time in your life because of a fucking dress that you didn't like. Like, oh, she's hanging out with rich people. That's hypocritical. Like, no, that's how you play into, like, that's how the right stays in power with the minority. They just scoop up all these like loose minds that aren't like, they don't know how this shit works, you know?
Well, they're playing to their fears. They play to their emotions and their economic anxieties. And that's the biggest thing is right now in the U.S. is the economic anxiety. That's how people are getting radicalized. That's how people are getting radicalized to the left too, to be fair about it, you know? So, but obviously they aren't trying to become fascists. You know, we just want to give everybody health care.
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying we don't want to be fascists. We just want to bring everybody health care. You know, like
I keep wondering how the hell I managed to go into the military. Right-wing fascist authoritarian.
CIA is turning you off. I think I can't hear you.
Try again.
Blah.
Oh, there you go.
I was just saying, I keep wondering how I was like lucky enough to serve in the military in this fucking country and not come out some sort of right-wing authoritarian fascist.
Oh,
It's 50-50 in there.
Yeah.
It's 50-50 actually. It's just that the one side is very much louder on social media.
Rainy,
I got a
going
couple
back to
buddies
what
who
you
are
were
like
saying.
career. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just saying that going back to whatever you said about the voting polls on holidays and stuff like that, you have to be careful whenever you choose to do the voting, because in Spain we do it only on Sundays, and
Oh.
whenever we did it on a weekday, it turned out there was more conservative voters than on a Sunday, because they chose to take the day off work to vote because it was allowed. It was a justified work leave. So the result was actually worse than expected for the left, because they choose to do it on a Tuesday instead of a Sunday. They thought that more people for the working class would vote on a Sunday, on a Tuesday, because they were allowed to skip the job. But actually, more people from the right wing voted on a weekday than on a Sunday. So whenever you do that, you have to look at strategically what are the time and what are the possibilities of the target you're directing to. I guess that's quite difficult, and it should depend on the area you're doing. So I don't know if you're talking about a more I don't know if the competences the local small cities or small town have the competence to do a local holiday for the voting, or is it a more federal thing? I don't know.
How to put this? I could try saying it in Spanish, but my Spanish is horrible. And I don't think I would get it right anyway. But I do not like the idea of building our strategic and tactical decision making around the concepts of what the right may take advantage of, because they're going to take advantage of everything they can take advantage of regardless of what we give to them, right? And obviously you could argue that, well, we need to, which is what I believe you're arguing, is that we need to reduce their options for taking advantage of things. But I mean, these are people that, for just for example, in religious perspectives, have taken over Nordic iconography for like Odinism and stuff and turned it into a thing. And I have quite a few friends, like my friend Jan Erik, who lives in Sweden, and he and I talk quite often, routinely talks about, like, no Nazis in Valhalla, like how much they hate that the right has co-opted yet again more symbols of things that isn't for them and people don't want. And so, like, I agree with you in that, sure, we would have to be careful about what day, which is why a lot of proponents of, holiday are on putting it on a weekend anyway, which kind of doesn't make sense to me. It's like, well, it's already a weekend. But I guess if it was a federal holiday, then it would sort of shut everything down that wasn't absolutely necessary to run.
What if you made it a paid leave day? Like, everyone in America gets a paid leave national holiday. You actually get paid for it. Because imagine being someone who works, say we put it on a Tuesday, and your shift, you work 4 days a week, 5 days a week, and Tuesday is one of your days. And you're like, shit, I lost a day of work. I'm kind of grumpy about that economic stress. So like whatever it is, like, so if you have like paid leave, and then you give like you give the businesses, small businesses, whatever, you give them some sort of like tax break for doing the paid leave sort of a thing, where you can kind of like, for the working class who we want to be the ones voting and helping, like, hey guys, we can help you. Like, you would move the vision of like, hey, we are going to help you, and we'll give the businesses that are paying you the paid leave some sort of tax break to make up for it, et cetera, et cetera. But we want the democratic process to happen. You know what I mean?
This is better. No, this is better. So, Cine, is it Cine? I can't hear you. Huh? Sen, gotcha. That's my Japanese kicking in and looking at it weird. This is where I was getting at earlier. So what our teachers came up with was like a much more deeper dive, right? Like, you were talking about giving tax breaks to people, when instead we could say, well, what if we incentivized the corporations by offering them tax breaks and tax incentives, which is easier to do, in my opinion, easier to get across voters as well.
Yeah,
Now, we would probably have to mandate things. Hold on. We would probably have to mandate things, which we've already seen how well the president mandating corporations do things goes, not well. But it would either have to be the institutionalizing a day as a federal holiday, or making it a paid leave day, and then trying to incentivize corporations move forward from that perspective by saying, hey, if you give your employees a paid leave day, we'll give you tax breaks, which maybe certain corporations wouldn't be eligible because Amazon doesn't fucking pay taxes anyway. So,
But we don't want to hurt the people working in the warehouses with that. We still find a way to like hey guys, you need to fucking, like, you're giving everybody a paid leave day. We are forcing this on you one way or another. We can fine you or however you want to go about it, but we're gonna get this action done. To
we can
have
either
this
fine you,
happen.
or you can do it voluntarily, and we'll.
Couldn't
Yeah.
you like force entrepreneurs to pay their workers like that day that they take off to vote?
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but like it sort of like that, but like yes and no, but like the idea would be like oh, sorry, did I just cut somebody off? What was that?
No. Go ahead.
I was saying like it one, it helps with the optics, like what Rain was saying, like it helps with like the optics of like where it's coming from and like what the end goal of it is. Like the end goal is to actually have everyone participate in democracy, and the people who work those days, whichever the national holiday is, if that's on their usual schedule, they're not going to be hindered by it. Like if you're like, I really need that day, I need to be able to feed my kids, pay the bills, and you're taking a day away from me to supposedly participate in democracy, you're going to lose some people. But if you're like, hey, this is going to be a paid leave day, which is something we're kind of fighting for right now, like Bernie and others have been kind of trying to get that as like a thing, because you have that in Spain, right?
Yeah, we do that. We pay like the entrepreneurs pay that day for their employees' salary. So it's not the government who's take charge of that. It's the private entities that have workers that have to pay for their day off. Let's say.
So this would be like a subtle little shift where it's like, okay, we're moving it to like as Rain was saying, like we're moving it to like the corporations, like it's a paid leave, and we'll incentivize them, like someone like Amazon, they'll get fined if they don't do it.
Yeah, exactly. The companies get fined if they don't allow their workers to go vote. Like it's something voluntary. Workers could opt out of doing it or not. That's another debate because people tend to feel that some workers are coerced to skip the voting day because they want to make a better impression with their bosses. But whoever gets to choose to go to vote is allowed, and the company should afford it. I think that's a great start for a change.
What do you think of that, Jace? I see you writing in all caps. Yes. Okay. What do you think?
So, oh no, there's a troll in the chat, and I'm just.
Okay.
But
Okay,
what I was going to say is I do think that voting holidays are absolutely necessary. I do think that it needs to happen on the national level, and there needs to be. As a matter of fact, I would go a step further and say you need a voting week. And where there's flexibility within the entire week where you can take time off to go vote, and where we celebrate our civic responsibilities and we get time to understand more about the politicians and even go to rallies and all collectively be able to be involved in the political process where everybody can communicate and everybody can get a real understanding. Because how many people don't even make it out to a rally? How many people don't even get to actually read what these people's policy platforms are because they're so caught up with their work and their day to day? So, and I know that's an ambitious goal, but I think that it's worth shooting for because we need something bigger and broader. Our civic education is already shit in this country.
Wrap it around 4th of July. Week of 4th of July is like the thing. That's the week. That's the way you get, hey, we're participating in democracy. We're protecting our institutions, everybody. 4th of July, have your barbecues. Everyone's got a week to vote. Here you go.
Exactly.
I mean,
that would cost a little bit more money,
shouldn't that be
but
like
hey.
indoctrinating your voters? Like, people are allowed to choose whether they like to participate or engage in politics or not. I don't know. It's just like, yes, I feel that a day should be okay just to vote. If it doesn't fit your schedule, you could vote through mail. But pushing it up to the week, it's just like you're stopping the whole country for a week for something that I'm not like obligated to
I was trying
participate
to
in.
steelman Jason's idea for the week. I was kind of like, yeah, let's fucking go for it. But I think the day is where we start. I think the day is like start with the day.
The main reason like I have my advocacy and the reason I would stick with the tax incentives and because I think it can be important is I know that like when we're talking about the fixes to the voting system, any kind of thing we can do to increase our democratic where like give more people the power to vote, I'm going to be on board for. It's not like a matter of I'm just for this and not for anything else. I was the one that brought up the voting holiday. The thing that I'm like purely interested in is because I am deathly afraid of another red wave. That's the thing that I am deathly afraid of, and I think what should be focused on immediately. And I'll agree with you if your criticism is that we couldn't get it through fast enough. But I think the thing that we need to focus on is what can we do while we have a semi-blue Senate, a blue House, and a blue presidency. What can we do to get more people to vote in the short amount of time that we have immediately? If we can get the voting day out in this time, I think we can. If Biden like really starts pushing for it, it would be something I would love to see. I'm just purely focused on what we can do within this short amount of time, I suppose.
What I want to add to what you just said and to respond to, I still don't know how to say your name. Nice Spanish lady.
You can call me Maria.
Maria?
Yes.
Okay. To when you were asking about the indoctrination thing, just to I think kind of add to what Sen was saying, like then it just comes back to policy. Like if the right is really worried, like, hey, that's not fair, you're indoctrinating people to like vote for you, then great, then come up with better policies. Step up to the table to actually get those votes. If everybody's voting, oh shit, now I actually have to have good policies. I can't just suppress the vote. I can't just like chip away at the people that are going to be voting against my interest. So it always comes down to policy, and it's like education of the voter base and policies. So if the right wants to stay in power, they need to, if we're educating people to like, these are the ways things can happen, they need to actually like rebrand themselves from what they're doing. Because right now, what they're doing doesn't really work for society, but they're sticking around. They're sticking around, chipping with their dumb shit. Anyway.
Like,
by the way, I was telling Jason the other day, like we're going to be doing like a full like 3-hour like actual intellectual like stream about fascism down the road, instead of just like Vosh and Destiny yelling at each other that it doesn't exist and there's no policies in the world that are fascist and stupid shit like that coming down the road. But like this is like my favorite kind of stuff to like talk about. The problem is that so many people, like the idiot in chat who doesn't know what it is, like. That's fascism wins because fascism like literally means a bundle of sticks, right? Something like that, right? Like in Italy, it's a bundle of sticks. It's because there's so many things in that bundle that you can't just go, it's this one stick. It's so many things. And when someone goes, what is it? And you're like, well, it's this thing, it's complicated. And if you can't give them a concise answer in 10 seconds, they're like, you're an idiot and you don't know what you're talking about. Everyone uses it wrong. I can't smoke inside. What am I? Well, you're a fascist. Like, that's not what it is. Like,
I mean,
like
in Spain, we had a dictatorship not so long ago. It ended like 40 years ago. And my parents lived through it. And my grandfather still remembers things from it. And especially my family is super conservative. As I told you guys before, I come from a really small region of Spain, super right-wing, super homophobic, and well, it's really bad. I have a lot of friends who still think that we'll be better off living in that dictatorship, because you have many bad things. If you think against the government, you basically were dead. But if you were on the side of the government, you have a pretty good life. You could go. There was no crime. There was a good economy, and everyone was okay. With the Christian good values that this fascism predicts, everyone was like, if you were not a left winger, or if you were not against the Christian values they projected, you were okay. And my family is not particularly political, but they were within those values, and they talk about it with how do you say that, like nostalgia, I guess, yeah. And they talk about it yeah, like they talk about it like it was a good time. Now we have a really confusing political climate. We have many parties that they don't know what they want. They keep doing claims of the past and in the civil war and bringing up the crimes of the dictatorship, and that doesn't make us move forward. We still with the look in the past, and we are not progressing in many things because we keep talking about fascism and communism, and it's just I'm scared that countries like the States that never had those issues right now they are having it. When you bring up fascism and this kind of discourse, you are looking all the time to the history, which is good to not repeat those mistakes, but I don't know. It's kind of like it reminds me of Spain just right after we got out of the dictatorship. Um, Everyone was wondering what kind of democracy we were going to have. And if you look at our constitution, we haven't touched it in like 70 years. And it has so many things that come from that dictatorship that it's embedded in the way we are, and we cannot take it off. So it's better if we acknowledge our past and play with those things to cater for a more progressive thing than, I don't know if I'm going off the rails, but I don't know if I managed to get across my point. It's super difficult for me to express my opinion in English, especially with politics and stuff like that. But I was following you guys for a while, and I follow a lot of United States politics, and I follow and I see the influence, and I see you guys now backing that back to influences that were predominant in Europe in the 80s, in the 90s, that I thought that we all left behind, but it's just like the fashion it's a circle, it comes back. And yeah, like I see more young people thinking like my grandfather than my parents. I don't know if and I see that trend also in the States.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but I wonder where it's gonna take us, because in Spain it's just polarizing politics. Now we have a really right wing and really left wing. They not agree on anything. We cannot pass laws. We cannot progress on education. We cannot progress in investments or industry because they keep fighting over things that happened 70 years ago. So
Deadlock.
yeah, I don't know. And it's just that I'm scared that big nations that have overcome all those things that in Europe we failed to overcome are catering to it now.
America is backsliding. America is very much backsliding.
I didn't want to there's been like 20 times where someone said something about an issue today, like when we started talking about farms and et cetera, et cetera. There's like the things that are happening right now are literally the things that happened 120 years ago, 140 years ago for the rise of how these fuckheads stick around. Like when we got to talking about farms and farmers, like literally the only state in Germany that actually voted for the Nazi Party with a majority at exactly 51% was with the most farmers. They were literally just like the ones that were like, because when you can promise everyone everything, they were the first ones to actually promise different groups of people. They're like, oh, you're over here, well, we can do this for you. Oh, the thing that we're promising you is hypocritical to what I just promised that guy. Doesn't matter, come on board. It was the first time in politics in the world where they were literally reaching out to everybody, and they got the farmers and that farming state. It's something shit. I'll think of it later. They were the only ones because everyone's like, oh, how did the Nazis gain power in Germany with only 38% of the vote? And it's like, because the way their stuff works, it didn't have to be it's not like ours with electoral college, blah, blah, blah. But literally the poor rural areas that were being devastated by then new technology, steamboats, making shipped goods cheaper. So we didn't need the farms in rural Europe areas. You could get them cheaper from across the seas now and we just, the farmers were like, I like what you're saying because you're literally the only ones talking to me and saying you're going to improve my life. So like the farmers in America right now are literally still 100% with Trump, even though there's hey, check out all these policies that fucked shit over. he did the 2 things for them. He gave them what was it, $12 billion bailout? Was that 12 billion?
I think so. That still wasn't enough for what is happening with.
Wasn't enough. But then we have like someone was talking about bailing out black farmers specifically because of the problems that they're dealing with systemic racism. And then suddenly it was like, oh my God, we can't help just the black people. And they use that to attack. They slice off little bits and they try to maintain power by like appealing to like the other farmers and going, hey, these black farmers probably vote left anyway, we're assuming. So we're going to have you get even angrier at them because like they're talking about trying to help them out. And like this is how you slice and you keep people angry at other ones, and that's how they maintain power with the minority. All right. Anyway, there's been like 30 things where like we're talking about today issues, and I'm like, oh, that's just like 1919 Italy. Oh, that's 1888 fucking Germany. That's
the thing in Spain and in Europe is that the right is a block. Like all the parties are concerned in one party, like that, but the left is segregated. And for example, now we have a law for trans people in Spain that's going through Congress, and it has divided the movement of feminism in Spain because there's people who are against calling men women because they say that it overlooks their women's rights and stuff like that. So whenever the right points out to the left, they have a lot of ways of ridiculizing it by saying, look, they don't even know what they want. They don't even come as united front.
The difference and forgive my bad Spanish, but first let me say estoy muy contento de conocerte. Gracias por estar aquí.
That was really great.
Thank you. If you want Russian and Japanese, I can do that. Spanish is not.
I can speak Russian too.
Russian. Я говорить по-русски говоришь?
Да, я говорю чуть-чуть, потому что я учу русский 3 года.
Secret CIA agents outed themselves.
We got some real comrades here.
No, watashi wa Akira desu. Hajimemashite.
Oh, that's Japanese, right?
Hi. No, Nihongo ga wakarimashita. Skoshi wakarimasu.
That's really cool.
My thing here to get back to that is the issue is that the concept of left unity is a concept that is meaningless. It doesn't exist, and the reason being is because there are more varied ideologies that have these niggling little disagreements with one another than there are from my personal perspective. Like the difference.
No, you're completely right. Yeah.
So like I'm a libertarian socialist, and as soon as I said that, you had like 2 people in here go, "Oh no." And it was like, yeah, okay, well, would you rather have an anarcho-capitalist in here? Would you rather have?
No, please, God, no.
No ANCAP? Nobody from
ANCAP?
ANCAP
An
stand?
anarcho-capitalist in like turf form, that would be great.
An anarcho-capitalist turf. Wow, holy shit. I would probably jump out a window in Minecraft and Roblox.
Let me just find a brick and bash my head for an hour.
Yeah, please.
It's definitely better conversation than the ANCAP.
Yeah, so like, and a lot of people don't even, like, they say that and they don't even understand what libertarian socialism is. Like, it's the, like, it isn't.
No. In Spain, we like our right is your left in the States. I mean, because they are conservative libertarians, which is something that I don't understand because it's a contradicting idea. You're conservative, but then you want.
You're conserving libertarianism? How does that work exactly?
Yeah, because my father, for example, he says that he likes to be libertarian in the economic stuff, but he wants the Christian values enforced. So I'm saying you're letting the state to get into your private life and tell you what's right or wrong. Don't you realize that's really kind of more communism, where they more like
we have that here with people that are libertarian conservatives, right? Where they don't realize that like libertarian socialism is anti-authoritarian, anti-statist, right? So like it's a socialistic movement which rejects state socialist conceptions of socialism, right? So like and most people would call us anarcho-socialists, right? Because we reject the state and authoritarian rule, and we're all about like controlling the means of production and fighting like centralized economy, and I guess we have like some like libertarian socialism includes like some anarchist Marxist and like other left libertarian sort of ideologies, but like even then, like people don't, when they talk about libertarianism in this country, 9 times out of 10 conservative libertarians aren't, because
Yeah.
start talking to them about people like me, trans people, and the fact that I just want to live my life, and then they're not okay with
Yeah.
that. Liberty for
They're-
me and not for thee, right? Is that sort of viewpoint that conservative libertarians have, and they don't actually realize
Ben
that
Shapiro just the other day.
Yes, Ben Shapiro just the other day. Ben Shapiro. Well, actually, when it comes to the seduction of women, fucking hate that man. There are quite a lot of right-wing males that I despise with a fiery passion of 1,000 dying stars. He is one of them.
I just like
Anyway.
hearing him talk about wet ass pussy.
That is true. Wet ass p word. Let that wet ass p word. Anyway, he's such a
Speaking
tool.
of which, I was
Yeah.
supposed to do
He's horrible.
make drinks for like a Cardi B photo shoot the other day. They canceled last minute just before the Met Gala, but apparently she's coming out with like this like alcoholic Cool Whip, and
Oh,
it's like 10%
wow.
alcohol with like her
Mhm.
crappy vodka or something. I don't know, but like they were like, hey, can you make cocktails? And they were like, here's what we want. And they were doing like, it's like very classic pre-prohibition stuff, and I was like, okay, what's the product? And they show me just like, it just looks like Cool Whip, just like whoosh. And I'm like, yeah, okay, like we're just gonna, here's an old fashioned, it's not even like classy like foam, it just comes out like cheap ass like whoosh, like ah. They're like, here, can you make this look like a really elegant fancy thing? And I was like, I'll try my hardest. And they were like, well, she decided to cancel it, they were pushing it back to after the Met Gala. And I was like, I was gonna take that $600 and run with it, but I guess not. Fuck you, Cardi B.
I did want to.
I wonder, guys. I wanted to ask you a question as Americans.
Hmm.
Sorry,
Sure.
as a group. I don't want to generalize, but I wonder, what are your views on the fact that like some states, like for example in Spain, the government has really tight ties with the Christian church, right?
Mhm.
But there in the state, are there states that have close links to the religious groups, or how does that work? Because I've never understood the gimmicks of the religion in the state. At the end of the day, it's really confusing because they seem to have power in politics, but they don't. But they do. I don't know. It's kind of confusing from
So
an outside
if I
perspective.
can tackle this real quick, 88% of Congress is Christian right now.
Okay.
With the majority of Congress, 55% being Protestant, the rest being Baptist, Methodist, Anglican, what have you. We have 6.2% of Congress is Jewish, 0.4% Buddhist, 0.6% Muslim, 0.4% Hindu. We have 3 Unitarian Universalists, which is the flag that I fly under as a Wiccan, 1 unaffiliated, 1 other, and 18 people that refused or said they don't know. So the majority, 88.1% of Congress versus 65% of the United States identifies as Christian. If that gives you an idea, there is more representation of Protestant, Baptist, and Methodist Christianity in Congress than there is even in the percentage of adults that self-identify with the rest of the population of the United States. Even though we
I
are
mean-
supposed to be a secular country, the separation of church and state,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, in our
It's massive.
constitution, we recognize our ties with the Christian church, right? Whenever you pay your taxes, there's a box you can take to give that money to social causes. But one of the boxes, especially there, is for the Christian church. Okay, we have zero representation of any other religion in our government. There's only Christians.
Mhm.
But there was a cute reform, like small reform of our constitution that said that the state of Spain is there's no religion, right?
Mhm.
But then they will help those ones that have a majority of, you know. So there was this group of left wingers that came up that with the thing that you cannot impose the baptism to a child. Because whenever you do that, you're subscribing that child to the church, and whenever there is a census of the percentage of people that belong to a certain religion, the Catholic wins because the parents choose to baptize those babies, and then the census says that all these people are, Catholic. I'm not Catholic. I'm baptized. I didn't choose to be Catholic. And whenever they do this research things to see which is the major religion in Spain, they end up with Christianity because all these, millennials, Zoomers, everyone has been baptized because they have no choice. And I have no way of redeeming that. My census is linked to that religion. And it's something that it should be done. And
No,
I don't know if you have that same representation in the Congress, any law to see like this amount of religious people are in the Congress because they represent this amount of minority, or it's more of a territorial,
No.
representation.
No.
Okay.
There is so the 116th and 117th Congress changed very little. The majority of Congress, again, almost 9 out of every 10 members of the Congress of the United States, are white male Christians that are an average of 56 to 57 years old.
You don't have quotas for the religions, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
I
Because
have
they do it-
nobody. I have nobody that represents me directly. Well, I mean, there are 3 Unitarian lists, which like Wiccans would fall under that, but like, there's nobody in Congress that represents me based on my religious beliefs. And
Thanks
that's not
for
a
the
law.
bits,
It's not
Redolent.
required that we have
Thank you.
somebody in Congress to represent religion, as far as I'm aware of.
Nor, I don't think that would.
Nor should it be.
Well, I feel like that if you have in your constitution the right to the freedom of religion, right? Isn't that an extension of that right? I mean,
Well, technically, sure. I mean, you could argue that, yeah. And there are.
I mean, there shouldn't be. It shouldn't influence politics, but as soon as like, I think there should be not a quota based on your religion, but a quota for religious matters. I guess not.
Well, it would be sort of arguing from the perspective of like, we would need to have a certain number of members of Congress be self-identified as specific religions, which would go against the Constitution. It would go against, the separation of church and state and the secularist concepts of the United States. Would I like to see like actual practicing Wiccans in Congress? Yes, I would. Would I like to see it be easier for people who aren't Protestant or Catholic, which is the other large section
That's
of
the
Congress?
goal. I mean, yeah.
But
Oh my god.
I don't want to put anything into
Politics with religion. I get that. Yeah.
no politics with religion, if we can keep it that way.
Yeah, I get that. It's just that coming from a country with such a strong religious history, it's kind of difficult to imagine a like blank a scenario in which no one.
Arcavius, where the hell you been, stranger?
Fucking trying to break into armor streaming. What's up, y'all?
Nice.
It's cracking.
What up? What up?
Y'all are interesting. Fucking I don't want to get you off track. Go ahead.
Well, for me, I actually have to go and be a mom. I have to take my kid to school. So, yeah. As we say in Japanese, oyasu-na-sai, it has been an absolute pleasure meeting you all. Thanks so much for letting me hop on and talk.
Yeah, I hope you'll come back for sure.
Yeah, I will do. Sorry, RT, what'd you say?
I said Kochira Koso. It is I who should be thanking you.
Ah, what language is that from?
It's Japanese. It's an old-timey thing. People don't say it anymore. It's
No
old
wonder
Japanese.
I don't know it then. No nihongo ga wakarimashita.
Watashi no nihongo wa heita, chikokugo. Chikokugo.
Hi.
Watashi no chikokugo wa jouzu desu.
Hi. All right, so it's anyway, it's been a pleasure to meet you all. Thanks for letting me come and chat, and yeah, I'll see y'all later. Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Good night.
And then there were 5.
I have to say that this is my first time streaming. I've never put a camera in front of myself. I'm having a great time. So thank you so much, guys, for letting me in on talk.
Happy to have you. It's good to have representation from other countries, and there's a lot of guys in the room, so it was nice to get some females and other folks up in the mix. I haven't had an indigenous person on yet, so that was the first time for that. So, and
I I absolutely loved it, her perspective. It was really good to have her. Yeah.
Mm.
I was gonna say, I look at a lot of history and shit like that. I was saying in chat, like Catholicism is like arguably more embedded in Spain than it is in Italy, and that's crazy given like the history of those two countries and shit. Like not even like 1,000 years ago, but even just like in the past 100 years, you would think like just shit would be way more embedded in Italy and shit like that. But like Hungary is having issues with Catholicism being embedded in their government right now. Fucking but it's not just like we were saying, it's not just Catholicism. It's a lot of religions that are embedded in government. But you don't need religion to have effective propaganda. Religion has taught the tools of effective propaganda to nations and monarchies and rulers since time immemorial.
The Book
True.
of Eli speaks to that. Actually, if you've seen that movie, like it's pretty interesting the way that they, because essentially it's this guy, this blind guy has a Bible, right, and he's like memorized it, and he's the only one that has it, and it's like this really sought out text. It's like in the in the distant future, kind of a dystopian kind of thing. Denzel Washington plays the character; he's great in it. But the concept is that this one guy wants the book because he knows it's the most powerful weapon in the world because of how he can wield it and use it as a propaganda tool. So
I mean, I am so linked to the idea of religion because it's so embedded with my parents and everyone I know here. So that's why I question how effective would it be in the States to have a quota for religion in the government, because in Spain it's super effective. It's the most effective thing to do. Yeah.
Jason, I'm going to give you a very quick personal anecdotal story about Denzel Washington in the Book of Eli. I didn't think I haven't thought of this in like 10 years, and I was like, oh my god. I used to run one of the best bars in Los Angeles. It's very close to the downtown movie theater. It had some name recognition. Denzel Washington came in with his like 2 huge bodyguards and 2 other people, and they had dinner. We didn't have anything to do with him at the bar, but he went around the restaurant and gave every single person who worked in that restaurant a $100 bill. Like, he walked around the restaurant with his entourage, gave the dishwashers all the way up to the head chef, everyone who worked there. He was like, "This was amazing, everybody." And it was right after the Book of Eli came out, and we were all like, I guess we have to go see that movie now. This guy's fucking awesome. Like, I wasn't planning on seeing it in the theaters, but it's literally a block from where I work, and he just gave everybody $100. Like, he was like, "This was the best meal I've had in so long, everybody. Thank you so much." And I was like, God, Denzel Washington's kind of fucking awesome. Anyway, you just reminded me of.
You think like a quota to meet diversity standard or something like that? So like there's more diverse number of different kind of people, and yeah, that would be dope. But I think in America we have like initiatives to like make sure that different kind of people get office and stuff like that. But there's no like standard like we have to have this number or we can have a limit of this number of people or some shit like that.
Yeah.
There's no like set in stone, nothing like that. But I feel like something like that in a just geographically for a place like Spain would make so much sense because like we're protected by 2 fucking massive oceans. We can have a lot of diversity here and not have no fucking problems. People like Spain are influenced by all these fucking massive hegemons that want them to be a bulwark against fucking like Moroccans moving in. The Vox Party is all fucking like up in arms
Basically,
about
yeah.
shit like that and everything, like but that's like that's
They use it
gonna
as a
happen
shield
because
against Africa. Basically, Spain is a shield to stop the
Yeah.
Muslim tide to come here. So
Yeah.
it's just
So of course it's
they
gonna be
create so much hatred with us against them that they don't want us in moving massively to Europe. And a way they do it, most of Moroccans, because of the past with Spain, have double nationality. They have Spanish and Moroccan nationality. So what they do, they move to, in order to get the European citizenship, you have to spend 10 years living in Europe. So there's no set thing as the green card. You get a permit residence, and you can stay here as long as you don't become a burden to the state. So you are allowed to leave illegally as long as you can pay your things with your own money. You can get that money from outside the country and stuff like that. You cannot work, you cannot do anything, but you can stay here illegally. You are not gonna be deported if you're found here without documents. But you have to prove that you're not a burden to the state and yet you can afford staying here. So what they do is they huge amounts of money to come here, pay the rent like with whatever they have amount, and spend 3 years, and then they get the resident permit, and then they marry a Spaniard, or they stay here for 10 years, and then they move out to better countries like Germany, the Netherlands. So they really want Spanish people to hate Muslims because we act as a barrier against that kind of massive immigration. And I see that feel hatred in most of the people I know.
That's a strategy that we've seen in history a lot of times. That like when you go into, let's say you're X actor, you're going into a Y nation, and you're trying to execute Z interest, you would not just go into a Y nation and say, "Hey, I'm from X nation, and let's do Z interest," because they're not going to give a fuck about your fucking interest. They care about their interests because they're from Y nation. They care about Y nation interests, so they have A and B interests. You have to see how your fucking Z interests aligns with the A and B interests of Y nation. Because you're fucking X nation. Your shit is from way the fuck over here. Their shit is from over here. So like Catholicism and Spain, and how does that align with with United
European
States?
values and your internal market. In order
Right,
to
right.
be part of the European Union, you cannot be tied within a religious group. Why is Spain allowed to be so close to the Catholic Church? Because
Hmm.
it's a barrier. It's a way of manipulating the population to not let Muslims take over. And it's just typically blunt how everyone buys it. I don't
Oh
know.
yeah, why do we think we got resistance from the European Union with Turkey, and with post Yugoslavian nations, but like they're gonna reach out to Norway and everything like that and be like, hey, you want to join? They're like, nah. And they're gonna reach out to fucking all these other nations, all these fucking nations north of them. They're gonna be like, oh, hey, you want to join? And they're like, nah. But when the nations to the south of them, they're like, hey, yo, we want to join. They're like, I don't know. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Basically, because we are like the in between. We act as a barrier for everyone they don't want in their countries. So they hide behind this facade of being super open and being European and being
Right.
and
And that
it's worse than the left here. Sometimes is more xenophobic than the right itself. I don't know, because
yeah.
Christians they don't see the big picture. They believe that their wrongs can be outdone by charity and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So my parents are super fueled by right-wing ideas, but whenever they have an immigrant near them, they act super nicely towards them. They invite them to their house because they believe that their bad actions can be redeemed with good actions. But they don't believe in the power of the state. So they don't like the government being in the middle of their issues because they think they are against their values of family, Christianity, and everything like that. So they like rich people that does charity because they project themselves, they see themselves on them, and that's how they cutter and then manipulate the big mass of European Catholics and south of Europe. And that's why
Yeah.
we are not allowed to grow, because Germany has the industry control of everything. And then
This sounds
we
just as someone that like looks at history a whole fuck of a lot. This sounds so fucking similar to like 30s in Germany and what foreign hegemony was doing to Germany in the 30s. And because I mean, like, it's not just Europe that has interest in Spain being a bulwark against, like Muslims entering into Europe and being, codified in the European Union as citizens and shit. It's the United States. It's fucking, all these Nordic nations that said no. It's the UK that did a Brexit. It's fucking Australia, way the fuck over here, dude. Because if somebody's been living in Germany for a while, it's gonna be easier for them to get an Australian citizenship. And they think that, look, we get too many of these other people in our shit, then this, that, or the other thing, right? But nah, that's not really what they think. That's just what they say. What they really think is they really need to hold on to Spain as as like someone that does what generally is aligned with their interests, but not necessarily what they want. Because if they don't, then it might become a part of, say, like like the new emerging nation, aka Russia and China leaning World Trade Organization. Headed up by Okonjo Iweala, fucking a black female Nigerian. That's looking at fucking global south, and Spain would be an excellent partner for doing development in Africa, especially in like Libya and Morocco and all these places that are right next door. And that would make border issues for all these different nations so much easier if like like energy and travel were subsidized by northern Mediterranean nations. You know what I'm saying? But that would be like counter to the overarching,
Interest, yeah.
yeah, to the overarching, what do they call that, fucking when you're looking at what do they call that, to the overarching international relations interest of the West, because right
But
now it's yeah.
I was gonna draw a tangent and say that isn't that the same thing that you have with the Mexican border? Isn't it the people that are close to the border, the ones who have the more hatred?
Yes, but it depends on where you are, really. I mean, like
Hmm.
out on the coast, it's a little bit different. Like on the yeah, like in Louisiana, it's a little bit different, and on the and out by Tijuana and in California, it's a little bit different. But yeah, generally on the border, yeah, you got a lot of that. I'm from Alabama in the deep south, but that's a whole different kind of racist. But we got people from the Gulf of Mexico islands out there, so like Puerto Rico, Jamaica, and shit like that. So like, what you call it? There's still lots of racists for that shit out there too. So, and it's the South, it's Alabama.
It's always the South, the one who gets the worst part, I guess.
Yeah,
It's exactly like you saw in the movies. It's very racist, except for you can find fucking leftist worker solidarity unions and shit that are still pretty strong in like the Appalachian Mountains and shit like that.
Hmm.
Uh, because it's hard to get rid
thanks
of that
for the
culture
follow,
because it's
Magnum
like
64.
linked up with American
Appreciate that.
rebellious nature and guns and
I'm
shit
Jason
like that.
Society. I'm a left-wing streamer. Focus on cannabis, music, and politics.
Hey,
Jason, I think you're muted. Yeah.
I was just talking to the chat. I had somebody follow, so I was giving a shout out.
hey Jason, I'm probably gonna like head off. It was fun chatting with you.
For reals, yeah. And I want to get more into your paper too, so we definitely will regroup on that too.
I guess before I go, because I am like interested, because I think the criticisms were like somewhat decent of like the idea, and like I want to hear a little bit of pushback, because the main thing I want to hear about is like, and I wanted to hear the person that was previously here as well, but I'm thinking I'm incredibly scared of a red wave being pushed for in 2020, 2024 specifically. I think we could like, at least for some of the galvanizing stuff, that you could like push right-wing movements against everything that we've managed to barely hold on to so far, with us barely holding on to the Senate. I'm
Like
incredibly
like a Republican wave.
yeah, a red wave.
Okay.
Um, I really just think like the things that we need to like be focusing on above anything else, like even above like other progressive policies. I think we need to like completely focus on just evening out our democratic process and incentivizing people to vote and getting more people out there in the easiest ways possible. I think we could go on like obviously down the line. I'd love to like abolish the Senate, but we're not going to abolish the fucking Senate in 4 years. So it's a matter of like getting to actual progress and like what we can do in these times to make sure, at least if we have a red wave, it's not going to be as drastic as it could be. And like I
Well,
think
the
taxing
election in California was a good indicator that it might not be completely terrible. Do you remember all the fear mongering going on lefty politics where they were like, I think Larry Elder actually is gonna like fucking win this thing, but like we
Yeah, but like,
came out in
but like,
droves. Yeah.
Yeah, like I live in California though. The heat on the ground was like, yo, we knew it wasn't gonna go through because there's like just way more people in the metropolitan areas that are gonna be like, yo, we want our stimmy checks, and yo, we're poor, we need our stimmy checks, so now we're not gonna do that. So,
But at the same time, let's look at like what happened with Larry Elder. The fact that it could have been a possibility, I think, is something awful. The fact that you can
our recall thing in California is stupid. I was like, I can't believe like this is a possibility. Like as soon as we had power, we should have like look at dumb laws and get rid of them. You know,
that should, like, for example, one of the things that I want to see that should be corrected immediately after the recall race. That needs to be like the first thing that happens. So like, even if like Larry Elder had like very low support in like the area, because obviously it did, it's fucking California. The thing that like terrifies me is that you're gonna see people on the right that take these routes, and like I think Larry Elder is a good example, but the fact that he saw his opportunity and went for it is terrifying.
Yeah, and he's gonna probably stick around for like another 2 years, 4 years, 6 years. We'll probably see him as a blip, and he might do something, or he might not, or
Yeah,
I think. No, I'd say. Go ahead.
Like that's the big reason, and like as much as like there are definitely criticisms, and like if someone wants to criticize the idea of like tax incentives not going far enough, I'm gonna 100% agree with that. I just think in terms of stuff that we could get in, like with the way our Senate currently is, the stuff that we could potentially get in, I think that is one of the few things that we could do to correct it. Like I think if Biden did a major push for the holiday that we talked about previously, I would love to see him do it. I'm not sure that's something that he could fully accomplish, especially if it's Biden that we're talking about, who's kind of given up on a lot of the stuff that he said he would push for.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's mentioned it before. He's got my boy Bernie chirping in his ear.
As long as
got my bobblehead right here.
Right.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
That's my guy. Oh, that's baby.
Nice. As long as he doesn't make the same mistakes as Obama, which so far he's not, and as long as he does the things that are lined up for him, which is what do you call it, the Supreme Court, and all this different shit that Trump got started or kept going or whatever the fuck. As long as he does all his P's and Q's, then I don't think the Republican Party has a chance, and their only chance would be Trump, and they would have to re-legitimize Trump as a candidate for so many Republicans. Because right now,
Go ahead. I was gonna say I have a in my mind, I feel like this would work. He would never do it, but in my mind, I was like, how does Trump like get like the rhetorical and like fiendishly like kind of power like move like before he announces his election? Like imagine a rally for Trump where he basically on stage tells Donald Jr. that he's a fucking moron and says, Ron DeSantis is my new adopted son, or some stupid shit like that to like revitalize the base. I could totally see him, or just being like, Eric, you fucking moron. And he's just like, Ron is my new favorite son, or something like that. And he runs as his VP. That's how he announces his VP. I could totally see some stupid thing like that for his base to go nuts with. Like, probably not really, but in my mind, I'm like trying to think of like, oh, how could he like boost his like fading Trumpism shit right now? Like, oh yeah.
When I talk about a red wave, the presidency is something of my concern, but the main thing I'm thinking about is the Senate right now. I think there's a good possibility that we could lose the Senate in 2022.
Yeah, with Cinema here, because she really did appeal to a lot of working class independents that normally wouldn't have voted Democrat, but she was speaking to things that were real needs, like kitchen table issues for people here, and she has walked back every single one of those things. Every single one of them.
I missed who you're talking about. Are you talking about Cinema?
Yeah, Kirsten Cinema.
Okay. Yeah.
She ran on a very progressive platform, $15 an hour. Not quite the Green New Deal, but she wanted something augmented for that. All this shit.
She was homeless. She lived in her car. She's blah blah blah.
Yeah. So we heard the whole spiel, and there was another lady that was running to the left of her named Nancy Green in the Green Party, and she was just far superior in every way. Her policies were, it was like having a Bernie acolyte running for Senate. And she was actually a spoiler. Like Kirsten Sinema had to strike a deal with her to get her, like, basically to be like, okay, I'll bow out to let you, like, run against the Republican. But she was a spoiler. Like Sinema would have lost if she would have ran.
Hey, Sen, I know you said you were leaving. I just want to ask you a real quick question, another strategy question. Did you think it was weird? Did you think it was weird that Nina Turner was running for Congress after being an ex-senator? Most people see Congress as a step below Senate. So I feel like
she was a state senator.
Rhetorically,
she was a state senator, not a
state to House of Representatives.
She was going to go to the federal position.
Yeah, state to federal.
Yeah.
No,
she was a
Senate. She wasn't going to join the Senate of in DC. She was going to be at her personal state's senator.
Yeah, when she ran for House.
That was the state position. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Like you were clipping on mine, and I missed like 3 or 4 really important words. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Sorry, I donated to the campaign, but I wasn't really paying attention. I have toddlers. I choose my text on my fucking phone to take seriously.
The race was like a really interesting one. I think I talked about this a little bit with Jason, where we actually a little bit disagree on why it went the way it did. I do think it was because her kind of statements in the primaries of 2020, where she was like extraordinarily pro Bernie and anti Biden, where she was like running in a district that was like super pro Biden. So I think my call on that race was that she spent too much time, like her statement about how voting for Joe Biden is eating a half bowl of shit as opposed to eating a full bowl of shit. That's my calculus on why she lost, and I think going down that route is like an incredibly unimportant thing. What I care about right now, and as awful as it is for me to say it, I would care more if we had much more liberals than we actually have leftists in the seat. I would trade 3 liberals for 1 Nia Turner in her Senate seat, just because we cannot go back to what we had before. If we even hit a Senate that or a House of Representatives that can block substantial legislation to get through, the reason that I care so much about democracy is because we need to see stuff like the infrastructure bill. I agree. The infrastructure bill is hopefully going to get people to vote more. And if we can get the ball rolling on that stuff, then we're going to push it more and more. But as long as we don't have these things stopping the Republicans from getting in their seats, even if it means having as many neoliberals in their seats as possible, we just need this stuff to get going, That was my calculus on the Nia Turner race.
Saint, do you mind? Pardon my ignorance. I have a question. What is exactly the role of the Senate, and why is exactly that you want to abolish it?
The reason that I want to abolish the Senate is just because it doesn't work on a population-based thing. It has 2 senators per state.
Yeah.
And inherently, I view that as undemocratic, and I would want to get rid of it because the House of Representatives works purely on the population of the state. And there are, of course, so many fucking problems with the House of Representatives.
If I could hand you a good etymological argument,
democracy
is demos and kratos. It's people power. Kratos, like Kratos power. Fucking and oligarchy is rule and the fucking control and shit like that. And olig would be rich people in control.
I get that. Yeah.
And literally we have oligarchy in the United States because of this concept. And in order to have anywhere that you have liberal democracy and representative democracy, aka representative democracy, I feel like that's a misnomer. I don't even feel like it's a fucking misnomer to call liberal democracy or representative democracy because it's inherently non-democratic because the people are not in control. People who do not have power.
that's true with like all forms of representative democracy, of course. The reason like I zero out the Senate specifically is because it serves as a base for right wing power. Because you only need like, and also look at how it works currently. We actually have the majority in the Senate, yet it's still essentially a base for the Republican power. Because not only do you need a majority, but you need a super majority, and that's a
Yeah.
term, but you need like 60%, and
Yeah.
it gives so much power to the right wing parties because they're not the majority. They do not have like the side of the people, but the way that it functions is it's purely a form of like oligarchy.
No, it just caught my attention because in Spain there's also the same argument to abolish the Senate, because it just has an irrelevant position in the ruling of the country. It does nothing. It's supposed to represent the territories, but it does nothing. It just serves to give politicians a permanent salary to live off their lives after they done their 4 years of
There's
ruling.
actually in my chat every once in a while. There's someone who is a who lives in Spain and is a Christian whatever you call it. He wants to reinstate the king of Spain, and he always
Yeah.
Carlist.
yeah, a Carlist. And I see the thing about if you do end up going on Twitch, you get so many weird like random opinions that you'll run into. And I was not expecting like one of the first people that ever joined my chat to be a Carlist.
Oh,
So
Oh man, there's a guy that works for a military think tank in Canada that comes and looks at my shit because I talk about China and fucking military politics and shit like that. He's very conservative.
oh,
We
thank
talk
you,
about shit all the time.
Redolent, for the article. Sorry. I was thanking someone in the chat that posted an article about the Senate.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
but there's so many changes that like, I want to make to our current system. I think like the few drastic ones that I would love to see. I'd love to see the Senate abolished. Of course, institute as much direct democracy as possible. We need term limits on justices and all of this kind of stuff. The fact that we have like justices for life is insane.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much stuff, and like it's what I strongly care about. It's also what I care about because when you institute more direct democracy, you get more leftist goals, and like that's the thing that like you really see. The more power you put in the hands of the people, the more the people help themselves. At least that's what I calculus.
You just want to take all the rich man's money.
Yep.
But what's the alternatives you were proposing to that kind of system?
Oh well, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean,
Uh-huh.
well, if you give the power to the people in countries like the fascism and the Catholicism, once it's so embedded, we ended up with another dictatorship.
Yeah, I mean it is. There's elements of that, and like the reason that you can like part of instituting democracy is removing propaganda. That's one of the big parts, and like the reason that you'll see these fascists rise, and like typically when you see fascists rise, and Red can confirm, they don't usually get a majority. They'll get a decent plurality, but you barely see them get
Correct.
a majority. And part of the thing where we institute more majority rule is that you see a decline in these fascist movements. Hypothetically, there could be a democracy that is like absolutely against everything that I believe in, right? But sociologically, you don't really see that play out, and it would be an interesting thing to observe sociologically. But
Most fascist movements don't actually get to the part of taking power, and the ones that do don't get as far as the ones in Europe in the early and mid 20th century. Like the Nazi Party is the one that we always come back to because they got the furthest. Like the level of
they
power
started
that
out as socialism, huh?
well, okay. I mean, that's a long historical, like from the European perspective thing that I would love to have you on that fascism panel that we're going to do for like a 3-hour thing.
Okay.
But not
The
not at
Nazis
4:35 in the
marched-
morning.
The Nazis marched the furthest, but Franco got the furthest.
So
That's so true.
like when certain fascism, like early fascism, had things where some of them had this whole like sort of like libertarians today where they're like, my ideals are the true ideals of fascism. Like fascism started with fucking artists, you know, and writers. Like those are the people that appealed to them, and then they kept adding and adding and finding out ways to like acquire more influence and more people like into their party. But they like literally started out like even before like Mussolini declared what fascism was. 19th century like origins of the pre-origin story is like writers and artists, and that was like the intellectual. Like Andy Warhol would probably have been a fascist if he was alive in like 1885, like pre-fascism Europe. Like those are the kind of people who were originally starting the movement, and then they started adding bits and pieces and finding out what worked and what didn't work. And especially once they figured out that you could literally just say anything and like not give a shit about hypocrisy, that was like that was where the floodgate just opened up, and they could. But like Mussolini was more about like the nationalism part. Hitler was the one who wanted to like extend that further. He was like, I'm gonna go further with it, and that's why like we always come back to like we always bring up Nazis because they had the most power in fascism. Like if he wasn't such a bumbling fool with like military tactics with like attrition and shit, like you know, like he was a moron.
Well, maybe don't get your soldiers methed out either. You know that doesn't help.
I get
Super
where you're
soldiers.
getting all that. I get where you're getting all that. There's a lot of synopses you made, but let me make the argument that El Duce definitely wanted the Holy Roman Empire. He definitely wanted to go fix up North Africa to be Italian. He definitely wanted. He wanted to.
Oh, sure, he said those things, but he didn't get close to getting any of those things.
Well, the Holy Roman Empire also includes Great Britain. So that's the
It
thing.
was the acts of the fascism.
He wanted.
Yeah.
He wanted more.
It was
He
Germany,
wanted more.
Italy, and Spain.
He wanted to expand, and he had nationalism, but so did Germany, and that's how they got him there, and everything like that. The expansionism was, and the nationalism in Germany was just inexorably linked with their vision of
Ideas of the
racial
world,
identity.
yeah.
Exactly, and then El Duce's fascists, where we get fascists, was just inexorably linked with national identity, but they were both expansionist as fuck. But the Italian fascists, they just had a problem signing off on logistics and shit like that. Which their dudes were trained, their tanks were fine, but it was just hard to get bullets.
It's the attrition thing. They kept fucking up on the attrition. Hitler lost like 4 major battles because he was like, they were like, turn the tanks, like we can't do this maneuver. We're gonna run out of fucking gas. He's like, fucking do it. And they're like, we ran out of gas, you fucking moron, and we're gonna lose.
Sorry, saying, but could you elaborate in your main points of the paper, because I think I got here late and I didn't hear them all. I would love to hear them all.
Yeah, so it kind of started. I have the reason like this entire conversation I guess started is because I've been laying out a document, and it's specifically United States oriented, but it would be, if you push for this, it would be an international goal. Where, what is the fastest path that we could push for to achieve our goals without just blindly doing a revolution? And my advocacy, and like the first things, and where I guess the entire conversation started, is there are certain steps that I want to see implemented that would prevent a right-wing takeover, whether it's neocon, whether it's fascist, or any kind of right-wing movement. You can call a neoliberal also a right-wing movement, but for the purpose of this, we're going to not call it that. What you see is the more democratic you make a system, the more you push it towards our goals, even if it's very incrementally pushed. And the more that you take away democratic power, as the right-wing demagogues actually are like geniuses at, the more you capitalize on the undemocratic parts of our system, the more power you get. You can see them with voter suppression. You can see them like basically being able to hold the Senate hostage whenever they have power. You can see it capitalizing on the fracturing of the Democratic Party. They have the Senate with, you have like Christian Cinema. And like, I think the best goals to achieve that are immediate fixes to correct those undemocratic aspects. And then the more, like, let's say we start with tax incentives, which is my idea. It's not the only thing, but I think if you gave tax incentives for voting, you would get a lot of more people voting, and then you would just be able to flush out some of these awful right wingers. And then once you do that, you can then work on more substantial change. You can start things by limiting gerrymandering, which is like pretty much the most awful thing that happens with related to the House of Representatives. You can maybe push towards getting more justices. You can push towards putting term limits on justices. You can abolish the Senate. You can get, and those are like the things that we need to do. That I think that if we go more and more, you can snowball into these effects. Obviously, this is mixed with helping out the regular people with leftist goals as well.
Yeah, I would
The other
say
thing that he was
it
talking about was
only-
Senate.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The Senate, yeah. Sorry, I cut you off.
The problem with the Senate, like the Republicans have been really good at this game of not just suppression, but gaming the system in
Yeah.
other ways as well. Like, so when they, what was the year, guys? Was it like 1890? It was like overlapped, I think. It was either like 1889 and 1890 or 1890 and 91. There was like,
Wow.
they added 6 states to the Union. And
Mhm.
they added them when they were in power, when they knew that they could
Oh, yeah.
splice up this land that we owned. And that gave us like North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, and the people who were out there, they were like, oh, we can just cut up this big part of land and create more two senators that we
I
know are going to be
see.
Republicans, so
Okay.
we can maintain power.
And-
Which is why I think the article that I gave you from the Atlantic talks about like California is the biggest state. We could cut it in half and
Yeah.
still be like the largest or second largest state, and we could like, get more senators while we have this power. There's
Oh, that's
ways that
evil.
like
And
well,
the other
they did
aspect-
it to us, so we're like
Oh,
we could do it, I
but
guess,
it's
if
a-
we wanted to, et cetera, et
It's
cetera.
it's a part of our political strategy for the past 200 years, though. We did it in
Yeah.
the Civil War too.
It's
We,
all
like, yeah.
Yeah, we just who can game the system better, and we've been really bad at gaming the system. We've been getting our asses kicked like constantly.
And I don't know how I managed to forget this, but the other two really important things is making Puerto Rico and DC states. That
Yeah,
like,
those were
that would be like
those
the
were, like-
immediate fix.
Yep.
I think there's a chance that if we make DC and Puerto Rico states, that we'll have a much stronger hold on the Senate for now. It could obviously always go back because up until recently we've had for 6 years a Republican. I think it was for 6 years, a Republican Senate. Maybe even 8 years actually. Yeah, I don't know, but we've had a Republican Senate for ages, and that's because the way that our system is currently functioning. And I
8 years.
would argue anyone on this. We don't actually favor the majority party. We favor the largest minority party.
Oh, I see.
So,
That's
mhm.
Well, I was just gonna say that's because whoever's in the majority, the tactic is to barrage with propagandic language about like scorn for that like party that's in the lead. Like when we talk about like corruption in government and everything, we're like the right will be like, oh, they're in charge. This is the corruption in government. This is the worst the country's ever been. Like literally today, like Fox News had 3 different people saying Biden has destroyed the country in just a few months. All like 200 years of prosperity, and in 6 months he's like brought us like to our knees. And now China and Russia and and while saying that, it's also the corruption in government, no matter what. It's just like whoever's in charge, they use that as a weapon to get people to be who are disinterested in politics to now care emotionally about politics, and they just see, oh, I'm going to listen to this and respond emotionally to
Yeah,
scorning
the
government
Democrats
is why
were
I'm
also
into
really
government.
bad about that. Like the Democrats were also really bad at capitalizing on being the minority party for a little bit. Like,
Hey guys,
uh-huh.
can I take this idea that we're on though and just pretend like let's like pretend we're in a thought experiment, right? You're a Chinese, Australian, or Indonesian diplomat, and someone's talking to you about rumors of war. You just fucking laugh it off, right? You're just like, fucking dude, what? War? Fuck no, dude. Like what? War? No way, dude. Have you seen all these factories? Have you seen all these people? Have you seen all this fucking money? Dude, you want to ride in a limousine? You want some champagne? You want to go to a strip club? Fucking war? What, dude? Fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. Let's think about military commanders. Military commanders that are asked about like hey, you want to do this this year invasion of Taiwan? Some kind of Chinese like marine commander or some shit like that. Fuck no, dude. That fucking meat grinder? Fuck no, dude. Have you seen fucking like Call of Duty? Have you watched films on Normandy? Fuck no, dude. You see how small Taiwan is? Guess what's the first thing that happens when you fucking do a shore landing? Bombardment. Look how fucking small Taiwan is. What's gonna be left after they bombard that small ass motherfucker? Hell nah, dude. They ain't gonna do that shit. They're gonna do the exact same thing. Everybody's gonna do the exact same thing we've been doing for the past 70 years. Soft power hegemony. We're gonna use influence. They're gonna use influence. That's what the fuck we're doing.
Media.
We're gonna a little bit of saber rattling, but not no fucking war. Stop with the fucking wars and rumors of
Even
wars.
more
You got
like-
it in your brain. No more wars and rumors. Not no civil war. Not no foreign war. Fuck that shit. I fucking hate that shit.
Even when you see like the Belt and Road Initiative, you have a new type of imperialism that's happening. It's no longer like the old game where you send in troops.
Very
Now
soft.
everything is just
soft
soft power.
That's the friendliest fucking like Guns N' Roses type of shit you could ever see, man. Is the Belt and Road Initiative, dude, or like ports in South America and Central America and Africa and shit like that. Just emerging support in the WTO, the ASEAN Federation becoming more emerging aligned, even though Vietnam is never going to be aligned with China, or the UN acquiescing to China and shit like that. People in the United States just need to fucking need to bite the bullet and learn Chinese.
I mean, yeah, the biggest weapon I think you have, guys, is your media. I've grown up watching US late nights, US cartoons, and everything you had to offer to the world through your content creators is what's shaped basically my criteria and how to look at things. So I think the military has gone smarter about that, and also other countries, larger countries too. So I don't know. I feel like the war is not in the war field, as you said, is in the media. I mean, isn't that clear?
We also work very closely with our partners in Germany, France, Australia, and Japan with their cultural hegemony to make sure that their neighbors are in check and our spheres of influence are secure.
One of the nice things about, and this is like entirely different from the United States, one of the nice things that I ran into with Spain, like in other European countries specifically, is you had to learn English, right, in order to get by.
Yeah, I was forced, and every job interview I have, they ask me for English. And I don't use my English for my job. I'm a lawyer, and most of the things I do is in Spanish. Why would I need English?
But like one of the nice things is kind of weird as it can be, is that it forces you to take almost a different perspective in like world languages.
Oh yeah, I love learning languages because you learn not only like words itself, but you get a deep view, a window of the culture and the way of thinking. And if you think, for instance, in Russian, the amount of words they have to describe suffering compared to the amount of words we have in Spanish, is just it tells a lot about the culture. You know, it's really.
That's
If
true.
you look at the song for the International Brigades in Spanish, and then you look at it in English, and then you look at the old one in German, that tells you all kind of shit about like Spanish and German and English.
Mm-hmm. But also, whenever you look at Spanish from the Latin American countries and Spanish from Spain, you can see the influence from the States in those countries and how Latin American countries, being so close to the States, are like basically you guys, but speaking Spanish. Just like they have expressions that are literal translations of English that in Spanish from Spain doesn't make sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just like they take like an expression from English, they literally translate it, and they introduce it into their day-to-day language, which is, it sounds odd to us Spaniards because we don't literally translate English, we do interpretation. So it's kind of, it tells, like, language tells a lot about, and learning it, you learn a lot about other cultures. But all my friends know English. We all watch Jimmy Fallon, and we all watch all these late nights and political shows that have influenced and shaped our view in the world. And of course, you could choose to watch Ben Shapiro, or you could choose to watch, I don't know, any other more leftist YouTuber. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Like Jason Society.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But at the end of the day, you just choose a better American, bigger version of your own ideas, and then you translate it in your own community. And that's why we are so Americanized, and our politics too. And if the American politics polarize and you have a really strong right and a really strong wing, Spain does the same. And so many countries replicate it. And that's where that coming from your point of that soft colonization, that it's doing it in a way that I like it. I like being colonized by the States because you're offering me so much content, so much things to see, that I don't even realize that I'm being colonized.
Stop watching Jimmy Fallon then. Go to Seth Meyers, please.
I think maybe depending on how well you can read between the lines, that might be why you like it, is because you're a lawyer. You can argue with these narratives that are presented to you pretty easily. Some people can't. Maybe there's probably a lot of English speakers in the Vox Party, I imagine, that listen to Ben Shapiro and
Vox
stuff like
is
that.
the party that is a right-wing populist. And my brother, actually, it's part of this party. He runs a small town on the name of this party. And he was left-wing before. So it's just like he speaks perfect English. He has been really good educated. My parents own a flower shop. We're not really well off. We are not. We are a medium class family, but my parents had enough money to educate us both in going abroad. We all both went 1 year to study in the UK. So it's not like we are close-minded, deep-rooted rednecks from Spain.
Right.
But we are. I don't know if you understand what I mean. We just take the discourse that the people I want to identify with are doing in the States and perfection it in Spanish, and then putting out to people here and vomiting here because
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like in history, the Soviet Union did that with Germany. There's France did that with an older Germany, and it didn't work out so well with France, and then it later didn't work out so well with France. I was gonna kind of tie it back to the abolition of the Senate in Spain, from what I understand.
Sen, get out of here. You've been trying to go to bed for like half an hour. Get out of here.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
You are. It's like it's 5 a.m. for me on the West Coast. I don't know if you're in America.
It's 12 a.m. here in Spain, so I'm really fresh.
I've been up.
Los
I
Angeles.
was gonna do a lot of writing tonight, and then this happened.
I'm getting back into politics, so no, I'm staying up all night. Fuck it.
Well, hey, you got to test your ideas, Sen.
A little bit, yeah.
I was gonna say, do you think if the Senate were abolished in Spain, that Catalonia could carry itself, Galicia could carry itself, all these places.
I mean, you mean the ones who are searching for independence, right? Like Catalonia, Basque Country, and Galicia.
Not necessarily independence, like they wouldn't fight for independence or anything like that, but could there just their national bureaucracies carry themselves? Could would the means of production be safe, so to speak? Or is the bureaucratic process that's provided by the Senate vital to
the Senate doesn't do shit for territories in Spain. Like the Senate, we have a democracy that is supposed to be divided in two cameras. One, in the States, it's the Congress, and the other is the Senate, and they're supposed to supervise the legislative process. So the senators are only to revise laws and not really to represent the territories. There is not a Senate for a territory because our territories are defined by the Constitution. And those frontiers or those political parties, if you say like that, like census, you cannot move them without reforming the Constitution. So
there wouldn't even be a danger of there would be too many territories or something under right-wing control or left-wing control, Vanguard left or something.
No, because the territory is it's a representative democracy in which the territories with more population have more representatives in the Congress and in the Senate. But we cannot artificially divide the political territories. They are predetermined by the Constitution, and that's blocked. You cannot change it. So
we can change ours. But that's a huge
No,
problem with ours.
we have a threshold to change it. Whenever you achieve certain amount of population, you can conform your own political territory, let's say, but it has to be approved by organic law, which is like a law that it's close to the status of the constitution. It's like
Yeah,
one
so
of
it's
the
hard.
biggest.
It's hard to do it.
It's really hard. And
Yeah.
for Catalonia and Galicia and the Basque Country, for to be independent or to manage themselves, I think economically they could do it perfectly. The only reason that they are not allowed to do it is because we have the Yugoslavian countries doing it, and that ended up in a lot of conflict, right? So the Spanish politicians are really scared of Basque Country getting independence. Then Andalusia wants the independence. Then Catalonia wants the independence, and then Galicia wants the independence. And regions like mine, Murcia, which is a really poor agricultural area, we're left with basically no resources. In the Spanish Constitution, we have an article that stems solidarity, for the poorest regions of the country. So Murcia doesn't produce enough GDP to support itself. So it feeds from the GDP of other communities. And that's
Yeah.
also an argument for the independence parties to say, okay, we are paying off the laziest parts of our country.
Right, right.
But
That's like in like California's economy supports like some 35 to 38 other states at a time. So like if the Mount Shasta Dam flooded out Silicon Valley, the United States dollar would crash for a little while. And
yeah, I mean,
so because of that there's like fucking drones and fighter jets on standby and fucking dudes walking around in the woods with night vision all the time around Shasta Dam. And if you walk around there and talk funny, they're gonna fucking follow you.
okay.
Like, but like I think I think that's kind of the same thing in the United States, and they kind of just make themselves rhetorically relevant. They like they stay on task. They stay, like signing things into law and like doing this, that, or
Well,
the
I
other
mean,
thing.
but in Spain, the difference is bigger. I have nothing to do with a Catalan. I don't speak Catalan. I don't have the same cultural traditions. I mean, if you drive 15 minutes from my town, you get another town in which they speak Valencian. And if you drive another 50 kilometers, you find another town in which they speak a dialect of Valencian. And then you come to my town and I have a really strong accent mixed with Arabic tendencies. And then you go another 50 miles to the south, and then you get another different kind of accent with different words. So it's like every
Yeah,
region in Spain has such a strong cultural background that especially the communities that want to be independent, they have especially strong historical reasons to claim that independence. Um, so, for example, in Catalonia, they were when the big crown of Spain started to colonize other countries. They were governed by Carlomagno, was another guy, and they have different rules. The Basque were the only part of Spain that was not conquered by the Muslims in the Middle Ages. So they have completely different cultures, even a completely different language that they don't even know where it comes from. So
yeah,
it's just so complicated to keep a country like Spain together because there's so much conflicting cultures in the same place that we cannot call ourselves a country. We have to call ourselves a nation of nations because in order to respect the right of those cultural minorities, we have to make their languages official. So a Catalan could work in any part of Spain speaking Catalan, and I, as a Spaniard, could work in Catalonia speaking Spanish. It's so hard to make peace with such a mix of cultures that all have historical charge and power that you know it's super hard. Like I don't know, it's such a difficult situation that it's sometimes it gets out of hand, like it did with the Basque in the 90s with so many terrorist attacks from them. Yeah.
I think yeah, I think like I think like yeah, it seems like it's in Spain stylistically similar to the United States Senate and everything like that, but I think the United States Senate, even though it's like even though we're massively younger as a country, and you know, just the cult and even though we're diverse, our diversity is kept within cities and somewhat, but and sometimes in under 10 percentiles of people.
Mhm.
So like it's not like a big multicolored pie. Our multicolor is like, you know, like over here. So you know, like I think you know, there's dialectical and cultural differences between like Louisiana and Texas and Alabama and Florida and all these different places in the South, but they're all uh, you know, like very southern. But and even then, like all these folks are gonna be fine traveling to California and New York and everything like that, as long as you know they're not like
Yeah, they speak
talking
English.
about
Yeah.
politics. You fucking speak English. Everybody speaks English here, and that's the thing is, you know, you even mentioned the Middle Ages, like the Umayyads and you know the freaking the dual monarchies in the north and everything like that, the Crown of Aragon and shit like that.
Yeah,
That ended
basically.
that ended up lending towards more diversity and drawn along provincial lines.
Yeah, you know, when
Like
when we kicked out the French, the
yeah.
Aragon crown was with the French more than with the other part of Spain. So that's why
Right.
they're more European than the rest of Spain in Catalonia, for example.
Right. And these
All
are-
right,
these are-
guys. I'd like to let this
Yeah.
keep going, but it's 5 o'clock my time too, and I have to work in like 3 hours. So
Holy shit, dude.
yes, I work from home
We're
now.
gonna
So
have to pick this up because I have so many like comparisons to Spain, parts of it wanting to break off for independence and why we literally had to write it into law that we can't do that here. Mixed with China, I used to be fluent in Mandarin. I haven't spoken it in 15 years, but like there's like 8 basic dialects that are split up into 105 subdialects that are split up into over 300 sub-dialects, and that's one of the reasons I love China. I've lived there for a few periods of time, and we almost moved to Taiwan like 4 or 5 years ago. I fucking love Taiwan, but
Look
like
at his eyes,
that's
dude.
part
He's
of
gonna die, dude.
part of the reason
I would love
real
to.
quick, part of the reason why like a lot of people in China are able to be subdivided is because you have a nation with 300 languages, and if you don't have education, which my roommate didn't go to middle school. He stopped going to school at 6 years old. He was 40 when I was 20, and he was my roommate through work, but his education level was terrible, and he barely spoke Mandarin. He spoke his own sub dialects, and that was it. And it's very hard for him to get around, and it's easier for you to maintain power when you have most of your people all not being able to speak the same common language, even though everyone's just like, oh, Mandarin's just the common language that combines everybody. But if you don't have enough education there, a lot of the poor people don't actually they speak their sub dialect or sub dialect, and there's not a lot of like cohesive unity. Anyway, that was it. I was trying to do it as quick as possible, but
hey, rock and roll.
I was like,
Thank you. That was so cool.
And we will.
Thank you so much,
4
Jason.
different forms of writing in China.
You guys are always welcome to come back on these open walk-ons. I do try to do these kind of late nights so we can catch some of the folks in Europe and Spain, and we can catch some of the folks on the West Coast. So I usually start about 7:30 p.m. unless I get thrown onto panels. Sometimes I'll get thrown on to one of Prime's panels or something else, or this here, Redolent Cubes. We do this quite a bit with Redolent Thought. So you guys can check me out, and then I'm always happy to have people come on and talk about their experiences. It's the best way to get to know and understand each other and find some common ground and push our cause, which I think everybody can agree they want better things for the people. So definitely appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna raid Pixel's Mixel. Again, if you haven't already, though, definitely go give Redolent Thought a follow. He's got some really, really cool, innovative stuff coming up. So stay tuned for that. You can definitely catch him working with me because I plan on working with him quite a bit more. Okay. Take care, guys.
going to bed. Good night,
right.
guys.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Drop some toddlers off at school in like 3 hours.